you know, a friend of yours or something, you know, popping down. Yeah, it's absolutely fine to do that.
Good morning. I think we'll get started with our first action for the day. And is that 577?
654.
64. 654, right. So welcome. Been delayed a little bit with getting some of our normal paperwork that we need for hearings and exec sessions, but I think we're ready for the hearing on House Bill 654, which is relative to the one-year certificate of teaching eligibility, and call on Representative Ladd to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire. That's Grafton 5. We have a number of communities which are in that number 5 now: Landaff, Piermont, Warren, Benton, Haverhill. I think I got them. What we have here before us today is 654 is a bill relative to the one-year certification of teaching eligibility. And the reason why this bill is before you, it went before the committee which we have here for allowing late legislation to come forward. And it's late legislation that came in due to the fact that we have another committee that's very active, and we need to even gear it up. See, we lost our chairman, and now we have to have another chairman for the teacher shortage committee identified, and it's a Senate bill, so the Senate has to identify the chairman or identify the people who are going to be on it. So at any rate, this bill is one where we're trying to look at the situation which we have with the teacher shortage, which is a very real situation in our state, especially in the areas of science, mathematics, and special education. And within science, you can also link in technical support or technical aspects of teaching and support. So what are we going to do to try to get past this and support getting more people into the field of education? So this is just one of the options which we have available to rectify this teacher shortage, or to support us in getting somebody in the classroom that has certification that may be a little bit different certification than the certification which we would normally have for a chemistry teacher in the high school. And so I'd like to explain how this works. We may have a shortage in school district Y, and it might be a science teacher, and yet they can't find somebody with the credential or the certification in that specific area. It's a very specific area of instruction which you need to have that background information. And so, but we have another way of doing it. When you get to the front door of school the 2 days before school starts and there's not a teacher available for chemistry, what do? So this legislation that we're talking about, this area of statute, 18939B, was put into place a number of years ago so that we could hire a person that had a bachelor's degree, had a criminal background check, and that came out fine, and had some understanding and experience or understanding of the subject of chemistry, so that that person could get, the local superintendent can do this, but the limited time is just 1 year. And so you have a 1 year certification to do this. What this bill also does is that even in the 1 year, it also says this teacher, this person is certified, must be held accountable to the professional code of ethics and professional code of conduct. This is put in there just so it's understood. I believe that when it comes right down to the rulemaking authority of the Department of Education, which is already establishes that, I think we already have it, but this identifies it, and there shouldn't be any concerns now in that regard. Every teacher must comply with that code, and I think that's supported by administration and staff and teachers within the building as well. But getting back to the top part of this, this 1 year is one where a person may be identified, we may identify there's a shortage and they come in, let's say in November. That 1 year ticket is good for 1 year, November to November. Oftentimes that then extends into the next school year, and they have somebody who's done an excellent job and has said, I really want to become a teacher in this system. I have now gotten into a course either at one of the 4 years to get the credential done properly. But you and I know that you can't do this in 1 short year or even a half a year after they get in the class and make the decision, I want to go on. So this 1 year extension allows that individual to do that. It also affords the opportunity that you don't have so much change going in the classroom. When you have somebody that really is doing the job for you, as an administrator, I would say, well, I'd like to be able to keep this person, although I want to ensure that the basic standards that we have for certification are applied to this pathway to certification. I've also received, and you have in front of you, this communication came to us just yesterday from Steve Appleby from DOE behind us. And there's some changes there, which I'm going to let him speak to. Where the way the legislation's written right now, it says teaching educator. We have some other certified people that are not necessarily teaching. They could be supporting in technical support.
Excuse me, Representative, are there copies of what you're referring to?
Yeah, I
Passing
gave
or-
copies on both sides. They're supposed to be coming down.
We haven't got.
Is that copy just the amended version that you passed around, not
Well,
testimony?
this is draft language. It's not an amendment. We haven't gotten the amendment back from OLS, but this is the draft that I got from the DOE
Okay,
last night.
this is,
Okay, here we go.
So there should be copies out there for everybody.
Here we go.
Okay, rather than my taking you through this, I'm going to have Director Appleby do that. These are some changes that they're seeing that if we add these changes, it's going to really support those people in some schools that really need to be able to do this. They're going to have the wherewithal, the statutory language behind them to do it. So I'd be glad to take any questions from the committee at this time. Please leave any questions to this one to the department, which is going to follow.
thank you. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think also you, Representative Ladd, you mentioned the content area problems, but also isn't it true that in the teacher shortage committee, we also identified problems of rural school districts retaining teachers as well as underperforming schools retaining teachers, and that was also part of the conversation above and beyond just the content areas that you mentioned.
Yes, and we had one other area, Representative Myler. Yes, rural location is an issue. Underperforming is an issue, but poverty is also an issue. There's a direct relationship between the level of poverty in a community and the achievement of students. And so, and you and I know that if I were looking for a job, I would certainly look for a job which is going to pay $10,000 more per year than the one that may be local. So rather than working in Haverhill, I'd try to trip down and get a job in Lebanon or Hanover. And that's happening in my district, and I know it's happening all over the state. So there are 3 areas, and these are 3 critical areas that must be addressed. And this is just one of many of the ideas that come out of the Teacher Shortage Committee, and that's an active committee still working towards trying to develop some resolution to, when we encounter this in future years, we have a methodology to try to address it. And also to ensure the pool of people with certification is there for us in this state. We lose a lot of our folks out of state.
Further questions? Representative Tanner.
So, has any effort been made to look at or to ask these people that are on these 1 or 2 year teaching certificate to go licenses to actually be trying to get certification, to actually be in the process of trying to get certification through some of the other methods that you can get certification?
Yes, and that's ongoing. And you notice that well, you may have received an email from the department just the other evening. I don't know if everybody got it. Where if you average out the number of folks that are attempting to get this resolved through this one-year teacher certification, it's about 140 people a year, roughly, 100 to 150 in that neighborhood. Out of the total number of certification which we have in the state, 28,000. So we're talking really a small number over top, but this is just another tool in the toolbox for the school district to open the doors with somebody in the classroom that has expertise in the area we're looking for.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Ladd. This maybe it's a question for you, maybe it's a question for Mr. Appleby from the department on this, but of the 150-ish that are currently employed under the existing statute, are those and I know what you handed out it makes some other, there's some other language changes in here too, referring to them as educators, not teachers, which makes.
And I think I ought to vacate that question too.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's,
Director.
that's
I think that he has the knowledge of what's going on,
Yeah.
and he's working very closely with several districts right now in trying to help them out, have the people in place. So, and that's a good question. I know where you're
okay.
going.
No, I'm happy
Yeah.
I'm happy to take that up, Steve. Thanks.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for my question, Representative. My concern is to make sure there's safeguards here so this doesn't become the practice, the standard practice, because I fear that we're going to start, I think that we need that second year of eligibility, without a doubt. You go north of the Notch and buy any newspaper, there's a zillion jobs you could walk into today if you were licensed. I just don't want it to be an acceptable practice for a person to start with a 2-year, and now we're making exceptions because they're there 3 years, 4 years, and what quality are we providing to the kids? So I would want some safeguards, and maybe the code of ethics or the code of conduct is going to, or some checks and balances on whether they are moving through a program. UNH is great about their teacher rural program, produces great teachers off-site. There's another North Country teacher program. These are resources that I would suspect school districts all over the state have in some fashion. So somebody needs to mentor that candidate to make sure they're working towards a teacher degree if that is their chosen pathway.
I think that's a good question, and I believe that Mr. Appleby can really help you out with that. But one other part of this, you can't just go for a certification like this for 1 year, and then 2 years later that person comes in with, no, this is worded so it has to be consecutive, abutting the year that you issued the first one in.
Okay.
Following that. So that is putting a little control on it. And I agree with you. I see this as just an emergency route which we can take. And I believe when I talked with the superintendents this last Monday at the conference over at Grapponi,
Yep.
they see this as just that. That they want to have somebody in with the certification and the ways. Now, I'm not talking CTE, because CTE is a totally different ballgame here. So they understand this. Truthfully, I haven't seen any real abuse on that. I think most of your administrators, superintendents are aware of this. They try to get somebody, it's just like, well, this is a CTE situation where Chris Dodge had down in Salem, a person hired 3 days before, took off for a job that doubled his salary elsewhere in Kansas or in the Midwest. It was a tech type oriented position, and going from that at the max that Chris Dodge the director of CT in Salem could offer was right around $70,000. Person went out and doubled the salary.
Follow up, please. Is there any thought about maybe this candidate taking the Praxis 1, as all teacher candidates need after semester 2, I believe, are required to take a basic skills test before they go on into the prep program? Or
Would you ask that question to
I will,
the
yes.
director? This is Steve's bailiwick.
Thank you.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. There are actually two. I'm wondering if, and I appreciate the numbers currently are small, 140 to 150, but I'm wondering if there's any statement made about how many people teaching through this credential a particular system could have at the same time.
Are you saying that you might have an elementary teacher that wants to teach in the high school and doesn't have a
No.
credential for high school?
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I'm saying what percentage of teaching staff in a particular school at one point in time could be teaching in this way?
I think experience would come from Steve Appleby on that. I don't want to guess at that.
One further? I just want to clarify the meaning of line 24. Is that saying that a particular individual can only do this once in one district, or is it saying something else?
This is controlled by Department of Education. They don't care where you are and what school. It's one time only, and that's a requirement for this. We have different alternative pathways towards certification. This is one of those.
Thank
And
you.
it's controlled by DOE very closely.
Representative Tanner?
I actually got into a little discussion with some people up in my area. I think it was earlier this summer, and on this subject, and they were trying to see if they were talking about retired teachers, bringing retired teachers back, and whether there was going to be an incentive for them to do it, because right now it's a disincentive as far as the retirement system, is set up and that sort of thing. And was any discussion made about bringing retired teachers back in?
There has been a lot of discussion. I see Representative Myler going, yeah, like that. On the Teacher Shortage Committee, we've talked about retirement. We've had the retirement folks in to explain how that system works, so how many hours that a retired employee is allowed to work in the classroom. That's something that I know Steve Appleby's very aware of. How many hours is that? About 30 hours per 29.5. That was 0.5 off. That they're allowed to teach over the course of the year. And of course, that's if you're retired. We are looking at that. We know there's a lot of retired teachers out there that are, maybe interested in coming back and helping out in a shortage, or who just retired too early and they're saying, I want to get back in the game. And so, but they're also collecting retirement at the same time. Then you start talking about benefits and all that other from the state and what they're going to get at the system. We've had that same issue with municipal government. And when it comes to corrections, somebody retires as a state trooper, wants to come back and work as a corrections officer. Retirement is always something that's got to be considered. This one has to be considered, and it is possible that you could do that, but you have a limit as how much you can work. So an average day, what's 5.5 hours of teaching? Multiply that times 5, you come underneath that 29.5. So you can do that. Follow up.
So one of the concerns was that, by the time you retire, sometimes you have multiple certifications in multiple different subjects. And if you retire and say, you don't renew your certification, did they discuss at all about?
We've discussed that on that committee as well.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people let that lapse and then, yeah.
Any further questions for Representative Ladd? Seeing none.
Thank you.
You very much. And we'll call Stephen Appleby from the Department of Education.
Good morning, representatives. For the record, Stephen Appleby from Auburn, New Hampshire. I'm the Director of Educator Support and Higher Education at the Department of Education. So I'll make a couple of points and then I'll answer questions. I think some pieces, and I'll try and address some of what I was hearing for Representative Ladd. We ran some numbers, which I shared with Representative Ladd, which I think he can disseminate. But over the last 5 years, we have issued, beginning in the 2018-2019 year, we issued 85. The following year, 1920, we issued 83. 2021, the first year of the pandemic, we issued 143. 2021, 2022, we issued 152. And this year to date, we've issued 136 of these. It's important to note that once an individual currently in the current system is issued one of these one-year certificates, they can never get another one. It goes into our licensure system. And if they try and go to another district in a couple of years and that district asks us for one, we have to inform that district that they've already used that one in a previous year. So they can't skip a couple of years and come back. It's a one-time only per person as it stands today forever. So, and with the wording in the bill, this would extend it to a second consecutive year within the district they're already in. And as Representative Ladd mentioned, sometimes folks are hired mid-year. This is often used as well when they have an unexpected long-term absence from an educator. So, for example, I was speaking yesterday with Hollis Brookline. They had an educator go out on leave, long-term medical leave, in the fall. They utilized the one-year certificate to bring someone in to cover. They really liked the individual. But that individual doesn't qualify yet for a statement of eligibility, which puts them on the site-based pathway, where they go on an intern license, essentially. But they really like the individual, and they want to do a second year because, lo and behold, this teacher is going to be out, it looks like, again, and they would like to keep that consistency and keep that individual, and they will use that second year to get them converted over to the intern authorization process. So, that's typically the pathway for districts. They bring someone in because there's an emergency. And if they like that individual, they then help them get qualified for an intern authorization. And they start on that alternative pathway to full licensure. So.
Questions? Representative Luno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much, Steve, for joining us this morning and being able to take some technical questions on this. When you were just referring to we issued, what were you talking about?
So there are administrative rules which instruct the Bureau of Credentialing to process. The school board has to notify the department, and we take that notification and process a one-year certificate. We call it emergency authorization, an administrative rule. And then we track that.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, and a follow-up on that. So the way the current law seems to read to me is that the local school board issues a certificate of eligibility, and then just for clarification, well, and it says in the statute they notify the department. Then the department issues a.
We call it an emergency authorization, and that's our way of tracking it and complying.
Okay, and so that was really sort of a clarification. The follow-up is really for the second year under the current law. Could somebody could a person who's employed under the emergency authorization request a what is it called in the DOE, an alt?
A statement of eligibility.
Yeah. Could they operate for a second year under alt without changing the law?
So the issue, they could, but they would have to meet now the requirements of whatever endorsement that they're pursuing, the entry level requirements. So, and in order, if they, so if I back up, the alternative pathway, as it used to be called, we now call it site-based licensing program. Those individuals apply to the department for what's called a statement of eligibility, and to the Bureau of Credentialing. And we review their qualifications, typically academic history. Have they taken Praxis Core to show basic academic skills? We review all of those, and if they meet those for the given endorsement, let's say chemistry teacher, we issue them what's called a statement of eligibility. They then take that statement of eligibility and they go to districts and they interview. And if a district says, we want to hire you, the district then contacts the department on their behalf to seek an intern authorization. And the district files what we call a beginning of plan, which is their development plan. And that plan can be 1 year in length to meet the requirements, or it can be up to 3 years in length. Most individuals, it takes them 1 year to 2 years. Very few, some go 3 years, but many, it's 1 to 2 years. So the 1 year certificate of eligibility is almost a runway, if you will, towards that. And because sometimes some of the endorsements may require 10 classes in that subject area, and that individual may not have them, right? So that this gives the district time, again, to try before we buy. Do we think this individual is a fit and has the skills, the disposition to be an educator, and then they can say, okay, now we're going to keep them. The other issue that comes up, and again, I was talking to Hollis Brookline yesterday, and they were talking about when a teacher or an educator unexpectedly goes out on leave, and then they come back, but maybe they relapse or they have some other medical and they go back out. And so we had someone on a 1 year, they came in, they covered, that 1 year expires over the summer, that educator comes back, and 3 weeks into school, they leave again. They want to reach back out to that person and perhaps now keep them, but giving them the extra year, the district was very much in favor of, because they feel that it gives them flexibility.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Whenever I am involved in the discussion of certified teachers versus non-certified teachers, I've flashed back to several instances, and they're rare, but they were instances where people didn't have the temperament to teach, came in on a 1 year certificate, and something, they blew up at a kid or even maybe assaulted a kid. And if you're certified and you've gone through teacher training, not only do you learn how to handle adolescents and some psychology, and you learn teaching methods, and you are also screened during your student teaching for temperament, and you learn the laws that regulate teaching in the public schools. And over the years, when we've talked about sex education, and I was a health teacher, so I had that field in my toolbox, and outrageous things happened, I had to say that it was probably somebody that didn't have the training that I had. And so I really value that training that a certified teacher has, the process that they go through. I also worked with the department a couple times on alternative licensing, and didn't feel in several cases that what we prescribed was adequate to prepare somebody for actually being in the classroom. I take Representative Cascadin's remarks very much to heart, that I think that they should be involved with some program where there's mentoring, and that I hope that, and to leave it up to the school, I don't know if that's because superintendents and principals are so overburdened, but to have a mentor in the school that's actually monitoring things to kind of short circuit any kind of things that are going to blow up. And I'm wondering I guess my question is, do you feel that my concerns are being met in doing this bill the way it is, and allowing that second year of certification as well?
I'm trying to just make sure I get to the core of what you are mentioning. So I've been at the department for 5 years, and we have not had a misconduct issue involving an individual on a 1 year certificate in the 5 years I've been there. We've had misconduct issues, of course, with licensed educators. We've had misconduct issues with educators who are going on an intern authorization, but we have not had one, to my knowledge, for someone on a 1 year.
I'm wondering if that would rise to your level, that that if they're on a 1 year certificate or just brand new, kind of in the first day. We've had people come in and walk out in the first day.
Sure. Yeah. So I just
they have no idea what it's like facing 30 high school kids or elementary, you know.
First graders.
kindergarten, yeah, right.
So I would just say from a geographic standpoint, our investigator sits across the hall from me. We, speak daily about misconduct issues because I would know. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that I would know if they were on that. And I think it's important to note that, again, we have 28,000 individuals that hold a license statewide from the Department of Education. Of that 28,000, several thousand hold what we call a license for life that the department used to issue, or the state board used to issue many years ago. They never expire, but those folks typically are retired by now. So, and I see Representative Heath shaking your head. She remembers those. So if we say there's 25 to 26,000 now that hold a license, again, several thousand of those folks are not in New Hampshire. They're in other states. Maybe they went to school here and they got their license here and then they relocated. So now we're down to say, let's say 23, 24,000 individuals. Well, again, some number of those are administrators or not working. So maybe there's 18,000, 17,000 teachers. I did reach out to the NEA to see if they had some numbers on teachers, and they were looking into that. But if we say 17 or 18,000 teachers, educators, not administrators, but all of the support roles and the teachers, then I think those numbers of 100 to 150 a year are really, really small. And I know the question came up earlier about in any one district. I think it's important to note that we have 107 SAUs and about 500-ish public schools in our state, K-12, and we're issuing less than a third of that number annually. So there could be 2 in a particular SAU on a 1 year, but I think I don't know the numbers for sure, but I would be surprised if there's more than a couple in a particular SAU at any time. So,
Thank you, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here this morning. I've got three quick questions. How many of these individuals go on and seek a teaching certificate?
many,
Many do?
many. I don't have an exact number, but it's more often than not.
Okay. Second question is, you use the term in here, educator. Could you explain why you use that term rather than like instructor, or why that particular term?
Yes. So we have made a concerted effort over the last 5 years to be consistent in our language when describing positions. Historically, if you look at throughout the education statutes, we even use the term superintendent very loosely. If you go by statute, every school building in our state is supposed to have a superintendent. So we've been trying, at least in the Bureau of Credentialing in my area, to clean up our language so that it statute and rule match, and it says what we want it to say, and it doesn't just imply something. So by my suggested amendment to the chair, by changing that to educator, we now not only cover just teachers, but we cover folks like digital learning specialists, librarians, some of those support roles that districts have also had trouble with. Which sometimes as well have very high bars to entry.
One more?
And final question. I'm assuming that these individuals under this certificate fall under the collective bargaining agreement of the local school district. Is that correct?
I do not know. So that would be an employment question, so perhaps.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just double checking, so a candidate who's on a 1-year emergency waiver then goes through the site-based plan, technically has 4 years to get their license as a teacher?
Well, once they're
Or
on the site-based, they have 3 years. So let's say they're halfway through their 1-year certificate and they apply for an intern authorization.
Okay.
Now it's 3 years.
Now it's 3 years, so.
So it could be 3.5.
Right, and usually that comes at the expense of that candidate, so whatever's on their plan, they have to take so many courses, they have to do so many field work. So by going with this additional year, technically gives them a 5-year potential if they're a good candidate, which they incur the cost. So this buys them an extra year. I mean, college courses aren't cheap, so I just want to double check that might be a path that would entice people to work towards teacher certification if they never could afford it, right?
I think
Okay.
that's correct.
Any further questions? Representative Damon?
I'm not sure if this is a question for you or for the bill sponsor, but reflecting on both Representative Cascadden and Representative Tanner's remarks, and I wrote the word mentor right before you said it. Could there be language in the revision of the bill to require districts to designate a particular mentor for these individuals as opposed to just generically saying that they will be helped?
Yeah, I don't know if I could answer that adequately. There could be. But I'm not sure what would be our mechanism to ensure that they're doing that. I'm just thinking practically, because again, in my world, the Bureau of Credentialing, where if there's a rule, we have to have some way to make sure it's followed.
Follow-up?
Thank you. I think it would be that the person identified as the mentor in the school would need to be communicated to DOE in that 30-day when they submit, we have this person who's coming into the system in this way. I'm just concerned that obviously the existing educator staff is extremely busy and people certainly intend to be helpful, but there's a difference between generally having people you can find somebody to ask a question of versus having a mentoring relationship with somebody who is more closely connected to how that one individual is progressing. And I particularly think it's important because, as I'm pretty sure we'd all agree, you can be very, very knowledgeable in a subject area and not be skilled at teaching.
Any further questions? Representative Heath?
Thank you, and thank you for letting me ask a question. Thank you, Steve, for being here. We have wonderful teacher education facilities in our state. They're fabulous. Has any consideration been given to when an individual is hired by a district that maybe some kind of an arrangement could be made with one of the existing teacher ed programs, some kind of contract or something that they would oversee? Because I agree, teachers are overwhelmed. There's a lot going on in our public schools. But at the same time, teaching is hard, and either a mentor or I think it would be preferable to have someone from an academic institution be working with the CTE. Would that be a possibility that something could be considered to put that kind of a process in place?
Thank you for the question. I don't see why not, but I also would say that there are occasions, they're less often, but there are occasions where a district may use this and they use it for 4 months because an individual is out for a short period, but longer than the substitute rule allows. And so maybe in that case, they wouldn't be sponsoring that person to go further. So.
Representative Pettingill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Appleby, for taking my question. I agree with mentoring. I mean, it can be unbelievably helpful, but I'm wondering if A, it's out of the scope of this law, and B, whether or not that is something that we would prefer to leave up to local control through the superintendent or the principal to set the parameters for how they run their schools. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Well, as I've been told many times, I don't have that much of an opinion that anyone cares about. So what I will say and answer is I think the mentoring issue, from what we have seen, what I have seen, is a much larger issue than this. We talked a little bit at the study committee this past year about the turnover of new teachers. That 22-year-old who comes out of a program and they put him in a classroom in September and that, we'll see in June, and they don't get support. Some districts, I can tell you, Merrimack Valley School District does a fantastic job with new educators. They have a dedicated person. That's their only job. But there are other districts where it's pretty much what I just said. We'll see in June. And then we have high turnover. So I think the mentoring piece is a larger and may warrant some other thoughts. So,
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. Is it all right for me to address the mentor question? So I have overseen many of these plans because I feel it's the role of the superintendent to monitor those people. Not every district does. I've been to a district where the secretary monitored it and I took it over immediately. But I can tell you from my training on these, anytime a person went on an emergency waiver and then began a plan, the candidate was required to find a mentor anywhere that was certified in the field they were working on. So I mentor teachers in Littleton who are getting certified as English speakers of other languages because I'm certified in that field. And then you monitor. I mean, within the district, you should meet with that candidate on an annual basis to see how they're progressing through their plan and to provide resources. But yes, there should be a mentor that knows that. And also, districts who have Title II funds, we had a very extensive mentoring program so that we paid stipends to teachers who wanted to be mentors to new teachers within the district. And again, it's not consistent, I'm sure, but it's a valuable tool, as Representative Heath said. So mentoring does occur, and it should occur to those candidates. So thank you.
Thank you. I think mentoring maybe is a separate subject to address in its standalone role. But any further questions for Mr. Appleby? I see none. One comment.
One closing comment. Chair Ladd just whispered in my ear that there is a bill regarding mentoring in the Senate currently. So,
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
The last card is for Brian Hawkins of NEA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire today. I'll keep my comments fairly brief. A lot of the questions we had about this bill were addressed, specifically some of the questions that Representative Cascadden and Tanner raised with respect to, we want to put people into the classroom. We don't want to just put a warm body there. We want to make sure that that person is, especially if they're interested in it, or as quickly as possible being put on a certification plan if that's what they want to do. So I guess my point in raising that again is just that we, in looking at this, that we're looking at this as only one small piece of the puzzle and not something that is going to be helpful in the long term, which I think is let's strengthen the pipeline of educators that we have coming into the profession. As Mr. Appleby and Representative Ladd mentioned, there are several bills working their way through the legislature and the Senate on that, specifically on mentoring. There is a bill that will hopefully make its way over here having to do with the state better supporting mentoring programs for local school districts. I just wanted to also answer the question regarding positions in a collective bargaining unit. So I think the short answer would be yes. If there is a covered position that person with the emergency certificate is filling, then they would be in the bargaining unit. So if I'm feeling math teachers are in the bargaining unit, I'm filling a math teacher position, I'm in the bargaining unit. So thank you very much.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And yes, Representative Ladd.
I want to tack on to what Brian was just saying, but going a little bit farther. it's responsibility in statute right now where all certified people are evaluated by administration or by their supervisor each year. There's observations and evaluation required. Now, when you add into that, you know, the people I was evaluating, and I had to do so many observations for every evaluation, and for a person that's in the first year, it was 3 evaluations a year in my district, so that was our policy. So that totals up this 9 observations that are written down and communicated, but there's many, you're in there every day. When I see somebody needing that help, immediately we start in with the monitoring, mentoring program. And that's written up as part of the observation report, the evaluation report. And I hope we can tack on to what's going on in the Senate right now, because that does result in needed funds to do that. One of the recommendations I made where it was that the person go back to University of Maine Farmington and take some courses in language arts, and if they wanted to even, you know, continue the year that they were in. So I think it's incumbent upon our principals, and maybe it's the director of special education that's doing the supervision of the, you know, the life skills teacher, to make sure they're in that classroom also. Unfortunately, we lay down a lot of paperwork for them, regulations, and it keeps them out of the class.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll close the hearing on House Bill 654, and I think we are next scheduled for executive session. Was there some request for a break? Yes, so we will break for a caucus and reconvene in a little bit.
Yeah.
Question for you.
Well, moving forward right here, I'd like to welcome everybody back. We are now, the Education Committee is going to go into executive session. We have a number of bills set up for this late afternoon, late morning and afternoon. The first one on the docket right here is HB 155. This is a bill relative, relative to the Division of Educator Support in Higher Education and relative to surety indemnification for private post-secondary career schools. So I'd like to recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On House Bill 155, I move ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Belcher seconds the motion. So we're into the discussion on this bill right now. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss 155 along with 168. They're both overlap in terms of surety bonds. 155 does also do a couple of things in terms of membership of the Division of Higher Ed support in terms of removing one member and listing several others for the possibility of designee. In terms of the surety bond, we had discussion of that along with 168, which is a bill that I had worked with Mr. Appleby on. And in further discussions with that, he thought he actually liked the language in 155 better than what we had worked on in 168 in terms of the 10% of annual gross in the year in which the current academic year, which is the language in 155. So he thought that was a better language, actually. I'm not sure where it came from, but he liked it better. Our intention was to move 155, and then I would ITL my own bill 168.
Further discussion from the second? None?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Rep. Cordelli said, this is just a basic need the Department of Education brought to us to, rather, they prefer this bill over the one they brought to us, so it was just get it done.
Let's open up to further discussion now from the committee members. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Somebody answer the question for me, please. Why do we want to reduce to 10% of the annual growth? What's the advantage of that? As we particularly look at trying to protect students, in case something should happen, So why do we want to do it why 10%? I don't know who to direct that to, but,
If I might?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I think Mr. Appleby had indicated that he thought that that was reasonable based on the fact that there have only been 4 closures in 20-plus years, to his knowledge. And it would also help new career schools get started without the overwhelming burden of a higher surety bond and the charges for such. But he felt that that was adequate based on past history.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk? The motion is OTP on HB 155 relative to the Division of Educator Support in Higher Education and relative to surety indemnification for private post-secondary career schools.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Coratiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
The motion fails.
Leave it at that?
Do we need an ITL motion?
No.
That's going to go 10-10?
Not really.
Or
I
you
don't think
can go-
so.
you can go-
Leave it there. Yeah.
That's fine. Or do we
Or
need procedurally an ITL motion?
Well,
I
we,
think so.
In order-
we don't have to go, you know, we can just leave it at well, there's no recommendation right now, absolutely no recommendation. So either we have left ITL or retain.
In any event, it's going to be ought to pass on the floor.
If it goes to the floor,
Unless retained,
that's right.
was successful.
We have several options which we can do here. This is not an early bill. If we see there's some things which need further work on it, you can retain one and not take action on the second bill here today, which is very similar. And because if you retain it, it's retained. And we can work on it, but we would work over the course of the remainder of this year, and then November have to come up with a recommendation.
If I could suggest
Yes.
that we move forward with 155 and retain 168. And what happens with 155 happens with 155.
That's basically what we're talking about right now. If we don't, we have 2 ways of moving forward with that bill.
Well, I thought what you said, Mr. Chair, was that that we could retain 155 and then not exec 168.
That would be the process which, if retain is the motion which we support,
Right.
then I would highly recommend that we keep, well, then we could deal whatever we wanted to. If you wanted to act on it this year, but prior to June,
Right.
then you would have to have something to do it with, and that would have to be done with 168.
168 and amend 168 with
And then
155.
amend 168 the way we want to do it. If we put down 168 and we retain 155, we would then end up dealing with it in November. And so that's one track we can go, or we can just leave it at, right now, if we're wanting to get to the floor with, no recommendation, is that, no recommendation, it's going to be one report there the way it is right now. Because there's no other, there's no ITL. If you want to go ITL, then that would be a 10-10, then we have
Right,
no
that- yeah.
recommendation.
I'll move to retain it.
Okay, we have a
Based
motion on,
upon the conversation, I move to retain and then hold on 168, and then have more conversation about both of these, from a retained standpoint.
okay, so go ahead.
Yeah,
You were in discussion.
in hoping we can get to a bipartisan
Right.
solution on using 168.
Okay, so there is a motion put forward by Representative Myler for retaining this bill. Is there a second? Representative Damon seconds that. Further discussion on the retaining motion for 155. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekes,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Coratiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you very much. So, based upon our discussion, I'm not even going to bring 168 up to the floor right now. And so we will discuss that. We have until March 16th to make a decision on that particular bill. So just put that down in your locker or something we put off. That'll be about the 5th or the 6th bill, which we've done.
Mr. Chair, on 168, I think this is a good process on this, and maybe we could have a brief work session with Mr. Appleby.
That's sure. That's, I'm open to that.
Yeah,
We could
even like-
even put together, if we need a subcommittee to work with him, maybe by, tripping over there to work with him if he
That'd be
can't come
great.
here. So I'd like to do that.
Okay.
I'll put together a subcommittee, and that subcommittee can go try to hammer this thing out.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Let me wait that down. Okay, the next bill which we have on the docket, if we go down that way, is 170. We do not have that amending language back yet, so I'm going to jump over it. You have some discussion, not amendment, or not a motion. Go ahead.
No, if you're gonna have a subcommittee, I just want to offer, could Primex Risk Management Organization be a resource in that discussion with Mr. Appleby? Just, I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
and-
offering that
and-
out there because that's their specialty.
The technical support we use and a subcommittee is managed much differently than we do for a regular hearing or what we're doing here. A subcommittee, we oftentimes do engage, and the intent is to get as much information as we can. Even though they may not be a voting member, they're there for technical support, and they are really, actively involved in the outcome. So, yes, the answer is yes to that. And any other, organization, agency that has information that subcommittee wants to chase after, that has to be approved by the subcommittee to open up and invite them to the table to work with them. Right, so I'm going to jump over this next one right here. This is 170. We don't have all the information back from OLS. They're supposed to have it, expediting it, that we don't have it. So going down HB 626, requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account. Representative Belcher, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion for ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. It was made by Representative Belcher, ITL, for this 626, and second by Representative Cordelli. Discussion?
Yes, just briefly on this bill. We've seen it brought that the idea that this would somehow reduce administrative costs. But we don't have any idea if that's true. We don't know. We weren't provided with the actual cost outlook on this. We know that the current administration of the program is running within the mean of public school systems as far as the administrative costs for this. And we also know that there's going to be further legislation coming to us shortly that's going to provide clarification that more than one organization can be responsible for administering this program. And I believe there's also a bid coming up on this before too long.
Representative Cordelli?
I would second those considerations. I think that we've seen instances in the past of issues where government agencies have run similar programs. And I don't think we want to get into the situation where a program like this could be run efficiently by one administration, and then a new administration comes in and does not look favorably on the program and might put the program in jeopardy. So I think it's best left with scholarship organizations or organizations that are authorized by DRA as per current law.
Further discussion, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there are some known facts that we have here. One, we know that $9 million, $9 million, which is 10% of basically what is given to this program, goes to the scholarship organization. And yet there's little oversight to that $9 million. So if you look at some of the cost modules from the department, which we've seen in this committee, which is about $160,000 for a staffer. And I have no idea how many staff the scholarship organization has. I believe that it's about 4 staff, including executive director and 3 staff members. We've not had any report from them as it relates to how many staff they have, et cetera. But if you take $160,000 and times it by 4 or 5%, you're talking about $700,000. You throw in another couple $100,000 for hardware and software. It's under $1 million for the department to manage this system. By having it in the department, you have greater legislative oversight. We have little legislative oversight right now. You have greater legislative oversight. These are taxpayers' monies that we're dealing with here. Taxpayers' monies that are going to a private entity that's run out of New York to run this program. Now, it just seemed to me that if we want to have funding for children in this program, you'd have another, what, $8 million that could go out to children, rather than going to administer a for-profit institution that has done this program. It just seems, and other state entities that have similar programs, they're not as liberal as this one is, but other ones that have similar programs are run by the Department of Education. And so it only seems logical to me that if we want to have some legislative oversight, the department is the place it should be, because we have a direct handle on them. We don't have a direct handle on this. And I'm disappointed that representatives from the college scholarship organization aren't here. This is the second time we've dealt with this issue. They haven't been here to basically provide background to this committee. I don't know why they're not here. They've been here before. I believe that this is the way that we should do it. Does not change the program. The funding is still there. It's not repealing the program. It's basically trying to provide management of millions of taxpayer dollars that should be coming out of the Department of Education rather than a private entity. So I will definitely be voting against this ITL and am prepared to put an ought to pass once this is voted on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Cordial?
Yes, I just wanted to put out there, since I've done some research since the hearing, the main office of this organization that currently runs the program is in Concord. The organization does have 10 full-time equivalent employees. There's also, it does operate within the parameters, actually less than 10% of administrative costs. And there is oversight and accountability in that the New Hampshire Department of Revenue must reauthorize this annually. So another issue, this is a question, so those were my comments, just sharing some information that I have come across, since this is a very important issue to me. And I think overall with these EFAs, we need to understand that, you know, these kids aren't just dollar signs. We need to keep in mind what is best for the students. Where is this figure of 90 million coming from? Because you keep mentioning that, and so did Representative Luno. I actually have in my notes from the hearing, Representative Luno referring to $9 million, the cost of running it, as he claimed, $9 million for a couple of people in an office. Those are his direct words. Well, it's more like 10 people, and the $9 million is based on this figure of $90 million. Where is the figure of 90 million coming from?
So
that is all.
For
Yeah.
discussion. Further discussion from the committee. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Children's Scholarship Fund is a nonprofit or organization. Secondly, in statute is the requirement for an EFA oversight committee. We met several times last year. Unfortunately, the chair, a senator, left, and so we had no further meetings that year. Appointees have been made by the House and now by the Senate. We got an email this morning about setting up a meeting of the EFA Oversight Committee, hopefully within the next few weeks, and it'll be chaired by Senator Ward, Chair of Senate Education.
Further discussion. Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I just want to respond to or follow up on Representative Cordelli and Representative Milo. I'm confused when we have a special ed department that spends millions and millions and millions of dollars. It's administered by the state of New Hampshire, DOE. We have a food and nutrition department that spends millions and millions and millions of dollars. It's oversight and regulated and administrated by the Department of Education. We have a certification and licensure. We have adult ed, and the programs go on and on. All of these programs spend taxpayer money efficiently, for the most part, and are organized and run and administered through the Department of Education. So I don't understand why this one particular facet, this one singular program, of all the programs we do, would go to somebody else. Clearly, we have a Department of Education that often is very efficient and successful in administering these types of things. I mean, they created it, they know what it is, and they have models in every other state. So I don't understand why we think we can do this as a Lone Ranger and expend the $9 million or times 90 is actually times 10 years to fact it out. But the bottom line is, whatever it is, we know it's way over $1 million a year, way over. So it just makes no sense why we wouldn't trust them to do this as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I agree with I think the concerns that Representative Woodcock just laid out. Why is this program any different? You know, it's spending taxpayer money. It's involving, well, in this case, 3,200 students as opposed to the 165,000 students that the department already, works with across the state of New Hampshire. So why wouldn't the department be able to do this? Certainly at a more reasonable cost than 10% of the program budget. So I mean, what's so special about this program? You know, I thought Representative Myler also brought up a really good point when he talked about how liberal this program is. It is. I mean, it's like Swiss cheese, and compared to other voucher programs that are seen, that are in other states. And Representative Cordelli, well, actually, I had a constituent reach out to me when all this was going down a couple of years ago and said, hey, you know, there's nothing conservative about this about this program. So I think Representative Myler characterized it quite well. And then finally, I think to Representative Cordelli's point is that, unlike other programs, what if a different administration comes into the DOE and puts this program in jeopardy? Well, it's exactly the lack of accountability, lack of transparency, and lack of oversight of the EFA program that put this program in jeopardy. And by having the Department of Education administer this program, at least we'll see some improvement in these areas.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I think this program is a lot more similar to the tax credit scholarship program than any other program that is controlled by the Department of Education. And the tax credit scholarship program is something like 11, 12 years old. In statute is a 10% administrative cost for that program, no different than this. In terms of the EFA program being in jeopardy, I would disagree with that vigorously, in that I think the EFA program is extremely successful. They're providing education options to over 3,000 children. And I would just say, in terms of taxpayer money, those families are getting some of their tax dollars back, actually, to educate their own children.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to point out that the education tax credit is not taxpayer money like the education freedom accounts are. That's number one. Number two, Representative Belcher spoke about that another bill's coming that's going to open up more vendors for this program, which to me means that you need more oversight, because if you look at this particular bill that outlines what the scholarship committee organization does right now, it's 7 pages of requirements of setting up surveys, of overseeing monies, of setting up programs. It's very involved what the scholarship organization already does. So if we have more vendors doing this, we're going to need more oversight to make sure that the other vendors follow the program that's subscribed in these 7 pages that you'll find in the bill. So I think that's a good reason, a couple of good reasons: taxpayer money, not tax credits, and that the fact that if we are going to open it up to more vendors, we need to have a central place where there's oversight, and central place where there's some guidance on setting up all these different requirements for this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have a question. And by the way, I'm really pleased to hear that the tax credit is not taxpayer money. That's encouraging. That means we're really, we're learning.
Right.
So going on, I'd like to ask the question, maybe somebody can help me out. The scholarship organization is responsible for administering this program. what kind of dollars have they had to put into the program in terms of application and software to manage? And so if we take out that cost in the future, what might we see in terms of how much is needed to manage this program? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. We can look to Arizona, the first education savings account program in 2011, where they started out with a manual system. And we've talked in years past about the audits down there that found waste and fraud because of the manual system that could not keep up with the demand and verifying expenses. They moved to an electronic system called ClassWallet. That is the same system that Children's Scholarship Fund contracted with at the cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But it's a very successful program that is being used around the country. And they are actually working with Children's Scholarship Fund all the time to develop additional reports, detailed reports, et cetera. I talked to the vice president just a couple of months ago about that. So there are extreme startup costs. And in terms of startup, I know for a fact that other programs that are in the works around the country could not believe that New Hampshire got the system passed into law in June and was enrolling systems in September. West Virginia took over a year. Other states, aren't even attempting what we did successfully here in New Hampshire. And I think it's thanks to a combined effort of the Department of Education working with the Children's Scholarship Fund to make that happen. I don't think that without that partnership that could have been accomplished. No other state is even attempting something like that.
Thank you. So do you have any idea then, Representative Cordelli, as far as the startup costs for ClassWallet? I'm sure that to have that program, there's going to be maintenance and annual costs for that program. What will they be as extensive as they were when we started up?
I believe they will not be, and I think the point has been made previously that that will help reduce administrative costs, and every dollar that is reduced in terms of the administrative costs will be more money to go to children. And I think that's a significant point that we should not lose sight of.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Myler.
This is directed at Representative Cordelli, since he's got more inside information than the most of us do, that because of the startup costs are no longer there, do you anticipate the scholarship or the Children's Fund reducing their 10% request for their management of the program?
I would anticipate that administrative costs are going down. I think it was actually 9.8 for the first year from my discussions with them. I don't have the exact figures to the cost of ClassWallet on an ongoing basis, but we can attempt to get those.
And it was my understanding that when we put the RFP initially out, there was one applicant for this job, and that's the scholarship organization, which we have. If in fact we go out for RFPs, which would most likely will be occurring, do you expect that being a competitive market, that we might get some responses, could do it cheaper than what we're doing right now?
That's entirely possible, and if we can do it cheaper, and I'm all for competition. Competition is wonderful. It helps in very many markets, including education.
Representative Tanner?
There was no original RFP for the scholarship organization when the tax credits were put into place, and at that time, there were two organizations, the Giving and Going Alliance, which is a Christian school scholarship organization that filtered into that. So this organization is based in New York City. It has several other places that it provides service, so they get a cut of the money, I would imagine, that is taken for administration too, because they offer support services and advertising services to the local scholarship organization. It's just, it's an educational thing. And in other places, the Department of Education hires vendors to do different things, but then oversees those vendors and the grants. Why not this? I mean, it's just, this is the same as the other one, as all the other things that the Department of Education does. And they're the organization that the taxpayers think are running things, and that taxpayers want accountability and fiscal responsibility for the money that they're paying to the state, the money they're paying locally. And I think the best accountability and fiscal responsibility comes with the State Department of Education.
I'm sure the Department of Education will be pleased with your remarks.
Are there further comments from the committee? Representative Cordial, did you have your hand up? Or,
Me?
yeah,
I think you did first, though.
oh, Representative Heath.
Thank you. I'm not really on this committee, so thank you for letting me speak. You know that I worked at the Department of Ed, and the Department of Ed is charged with the flow of millions and millions of dollars from the federal government, as well as adequacy. My real concern is the audit possibilities in terms of how these funds are being spent and the ability to audit accurately. These are taxpayer monies. Following them is a difficult task at best in the manner in which they're going out right now. Our adequacy dollars go out via the Department of Education. That's the way it's been going. These dollars are part of those dollars, and I believe that they should belong within the Department of Ed for distribution. I think it's cleaner, it's neater. I think we're opening up ourselves for all kinds of fraud possibilities and problems. We want to keep things, I think as legislators, it's our responsibility to do the best job we can to keep things clean and accurate and audit proof. So I'd like people to consider the placement of the distribution at the Department of Ed, because that's really where it belongs. And I think it would be served most effectively that way. Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Cordial.
I just want to reemphasize, I think I mentioned it, but every year the organization that runs this needs to reapply to the New Hampshire Division of Revenue.
Administration.
Yeah, the DRA. And so if they weren't running this effectively, they would not be reapproved. Just to also point out, there was an independent audit done by Grant Thornton with all these figures. That's one of the things I found. It's posted publicly on their website to kind of give some transparency to all these numbers. So that's what I kind of based all my research on. So,
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is the Children's Scholarship Fund what is overseeing the EFA program? That's my first question.
Representative Cordelli.
Yeah, they administer the program, yes.
The
So,
legislature does have oversight.
Yes.
okay, so my question, well, it's not so much a question, it's just wondering. The Children's Scholarship Fund guidelines are posted on the Department of Ed website, which includes a record of educational attainment. And then they recommend it. The EFA law requires all students renewing a grant must provide a record of educational attainment. Does that mean the New Hampshire law or the law in general? Because it doesn't specify statewide, but it's on our website, and it gives 3 options for a recipient of an EFA to be able to provide educational attainment. I would think that that information would be part of the fact sheet, because the primary goal here for this money is for student growth in academic skills. Class Wallet, if you go on and take a look at it, is a software system where families can put in their expense, whether it's at BJ's, Costco's, Dollar Tree, ballet school, music school, because these are all approved EFA service providers. And then it comes off the scholarship. So it's like a, like a budget item. But there's no record of student progress. And are students who are receiving EFAs also being screened for dyslexia? Because that's still on my brain, but I just question that. They deserve all the same services, for sure. But yet the same information needs to be provided for that accountability piece.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I would say, well, Thomas Sowell, famous author, once said, the basic question is not what is best, but who says what is best. And I think that that is firmly in the hands of parents. And that's what this program is geared for, unlike other programs. The parents make decisions on the educational needs of their child. It's not left to an administrator in education somewhere. It's left to the parents. We know of all sorts of instances where administrators, staff within teachers, teachers within schools have sent their children to charter schools, etc., or even homeschool them because they thought that is what was best for their child. And just let me point out one additional option that is available to Education Freedom Account families. They can actually send their child to a public school. That's allowed under law. They can send their child to an out-of-district public school. We have districts. We rope them in, and if your zip code is such and such, this is where you go to school, unless you have the means to send them elsewhere. Right. And we're providing those families the means to send them elsewhere, and that could be a better public school. There's a book called Redlining that shows bank redlining in certain neighborhoods, Chicago, Los Angeles. And it's very interesting to look at the overlay of the redlining for banking institutions with school districts.
I've seen it.
In addition, the story of the author, I think it was his brother in Chicago, was looking to buy a house and move his family to Chicago, and there's a road called North Avenue. They found a beautiful house. They fell in love with south of North Avenue. But then they looked at the proficiency rates of the school, and they were horrified. And on the other side of North Avenue, the school was doing great. So they moved to the other side of the North Avenue, but as they say in the book, they had to pay an extra $250,000 for a house they didn't like as well in order to get a better free and appropriate education for their child. It cost them an extra $250,000.
Further discussion, Representative Balboni?
Yes, my question is involved, it's kind of, basically, you mentioned that there's an oversight committee, because one of the things we're talking about is accountability. But the program started 2 years ago, correct? And how many oversight meetings have there been? And what are you looking for when you have these meetings? What kind of information are you requesting?
I think that we also have to look at just beyond, we have oversight committees too for regular public education, improvement in assessment. And the oversight committee, which is responsible for overseeing this particular program, has that responsibility to ensure that, obviously, that the program as written in statute is followed, and all components, including the component which, where we're tracking growth of a children, achievement of students. It's written right in where you can take, an assessment test that's norm referenced national test, or you can take the statewide assessment. That data is available, and we do know in the regular high school situations and K through 8, we have situations where there are schools which are not at that proficient mark. We have a lot of them in certain course areas, and we want to see growth and improvement there. The same thing would occur in this program right here. But where I'm really concerned is that there are a number of programs which are in place in the EFA program, as there are in charter schools, where the programs have students coming from that have real special, unique needs, and that we have to measure growth and achievement of a student many different ways. And I've always spoken up and said I'm not really locked into an assessment test of some kind, be it norm reference to what. There's so many ways to calculate growth, and that one of them, as Representative Cordelli's looked at, is through the parents and through observing what that child is now able to do and looking at how that child now reacts emotionally and socially with their peers and with others. And so I think that just as there's a regular school system and in the EFA program or the charter school system, there are a number of ways of doing that. And I think the primary thing that I'm hearing here is that there's dollars being spent and we're taking it away from public education. And that is a very divergent way of thinking than I have on this. So that's my 2 cents. And I got a phone ringing here. I owe everybody lunch. Or is that yours? It's mine. Go ahead. Question, Representative Ellison.
I just want to follow up on a comment that Representative Cascad made around assessments. And frankly, I don't know, but you referenced three possible assessments that were required under the EFA Act.
Yeah, one is portfolio.
Okay, well, then my question to you, and it may be to Representative Cordelli as well, are those assessments being given to students, and two, what are the results of those assessments on students? I'm not aware of what they are. So there are 2 questions, I guess. One, are the assessments required with a variety of possibilities? And the second part of the question is, are the results of the assessments being reported?
Anybody want to respond to that?
There are 3 forms of assessment that are provided for in the statute. The statewide assessment, a norm reference assessment, or the portfolio, which is the same language that's in the homeschooling law. And some of these families might be homeschooling and using an EFA account for online courses, for curriculum, for a whole host of other reasons. So that's entirely appropriate in my mind as a third alternative for an EFA family.
Those assessments and that process is on page 2 of this bill.
Okay.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There's a lot to unpack in those last comments. First of all, other than through the voucher program, taxpayers aren't paying for homeschoolers. But I think taxpayers have oversight and transparency behind their public schools through what are also called school boards. In addition to legislative oversight, every public school district has a school board. And school boards, I think by statute, have to meet at least once every couple months. And I think most meet twice a month, at least our school board did. And while I was chair of the school board, reviewed the district manifest, so we knew exactly what money, how much taxpayer money was spent on what items, and you know, through that, I think, through that level of oversight, both at the local and the state level, taxpayers have transparency and can make sure that their elected officials are accountable. But you know, with the information that at least this committee, and whether the oversight committee, which I don't think has met for probably more than 2 months, unlike school boards, you see hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent through vendors like Amazon, Staples, Best Buy, BJ's, Gunstock Mountain, Dick's Sporting Goods, and we don't know what the money's being spent for and spent on. And you know, I think the public deserves to know. I think it would make sense for the Department of Education, that already handles more than $1 billion of public money, to be able to, taxpayer money, to be able to manage this program and provide the level of transparency that I think the public taxpayers deserve.
Go ahead, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just mention that in addition to Class Wallet verifying expenses and expense categories, every expense submission is reviewed manually by someone. I remember the story, I believe we heard it last year, of a book request for reimbursement being denied because they looked up the book. The student with the EFA was in the 4th grade, and this was not a book appropriate for a 4th grader. It was for a high school kid. So they denied the reimbursement for the book. So that kind of accountability is being performed by the Children's Scholarship Fund. And that's part of where the costs come in, because every item is detailed and verified that it's appropriate. I know that they have denied certain expenses because it would be used by other children in the family, as well as the child with the EFA. So there is that kind of accountability, and I think that that's what's maybe drives some of the expense, but also drives the verification that all these expenses are truly legitimate expenses for the child who is receiving the EFA.
Further discussion, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Led. Not to prolong this conversation, because obviously those of us on the respective sides are passionate about this. This program is in the state. There's no question about that. And I think all this bill is trying to do is to provide some greater oversight to the program and greater transparency. Representative Balboni asked the question of how many times has the Oversight Committee met, and I believe it's met once. And I understand the issue of the change of leadership in the Senate around that, but it would seem to me that if this was a priority of the leadership and the governor's office, that they would move, because of the controversy of it, that they would have moved to replace that chair and have more regular meetings on this. The other issue that has not been mentioned yet is that we've heard before this committee that the management of funds from the federal government, et cetera, is between 4.5% and 5%, not 10%. And so we just believe that 10% is an extraordinary amount of money. And if you want money going to the program that children can benefit from, we would try to emphasize the fact then that let's make as much money available as possible rather than in the management of the system. And I think that our position is that by having it in the department, it can be managed just as others have said, in an efficient way, based upon the billions of dollars that go out of that department anyway. So the issue of mismanagement of the department that has not been mentioned It is not there. They can do this system, and it provides a direct contact to this legislative body. By having it in an independent organization, you don't have that same kind of oversight. So I would encourage people to kind of rethink their position. I know this is an important issue for all of us, regardless of what our position is. And I would recommend, Mr. Chair, that we move to vote on this.
I would also support that recommendation. So we have a motion on the table right now to ITL the bill, and we're on 626. The recommendation was made by Representative Belcher and second by Representative Cordelli. And that motion is ITL on 626, requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account. Madam Clerk, are you ready to call the roll?
Yes, Chairman. Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
10-10. Representative Luno or
Mr. Chair, I'd
you
like
can
to-
make a recommendation.
I'll move OTP.
And second by whom? Okay, so we have a recommendation, a motion for OTP by Representative Luno and a second from Representative Myler. Representative Luno, would you like to speak to your motion?
We'll go right to a vote.
Is that okay with you too, Representative Myler?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we will call the motion.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekes.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
So obviously, folks, we've got no recommendation coming out of the committee. There'll be a report from the minority and the majority on that, and we'll go from there.
Representative Bruno will do.
I'll do OTP.
Yeah, okay. I would assume. Yeah, and, okay. So, we're closing on lunch, but I noticed that we have safety here, and I don't want to keep our law enforcement sitting in a room all day. So we're going to forego our lunch right now at this particular point in time, and we're going to go on to HB 267. This is a bill that's relative to criminal records checks and school employment. I'm going to open it up to a little bit of discussion here first, so that we can, and I won't take any motions during this discussion, but it's opened up to discussion. Representative Myler or Luna, you came to me earlier just before and saying we'd like to go this route. Would you like to lead off with some questions or
Well, I think.
seek some more information? Or-
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think our concern is, and this bill provides an opportunity for school districts to do multiple background checks. And I think we had some concern about why that needs to be done. It also designates groups that could be done. And we had some concerns about the quote groups and whether or not that might be somewhat discriminatory from a standpoint of how this might be implemented. We recognize that that this is subject to a collective bargaining agreement and would have to be negotiated. But we just don't understand. There was testimony before the committee that talked about some of the staff that never received one because of the timeline of when this was implemented. These would be some of the senior staff in a school district. And so we were wondering whether or not that they might be an exception, that they could go back and do a background check. There were just several questions that we really had about the need and whether or not this is a bill in search of a problem. So that, I think, Mr. Chair, that was some of the concerns that we had.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I think, as I recall from the testimony, the group's language, any group of employees, was meant to eliminate the possibility of background checks being conducted on certain individual employees, which I think would create many, many more problems. I think that if a background check is done January 1st and never repeated on that employee, that is a large problem. They could get arrested and convicted of any crime, a few months later. I think that we need to provide the flexibility for school districts to do background checks on a recurring basis as they see fit. Local control, if you will.
Further, Representative Damon?
I don't think children's safety should be a function of zip code. If we need to improve the frequency of criminal record checks, I think it should be attached to relicensing and be a consistent statewide system. I just don't understand why it wouldn't be.
Representative Luno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't say this very often, but I agree with what Representative Cordelli was just saying about student safety, and I agree with what, and I'm going to put these together, and I agree with what Representative Damon said about this, and making sure that some districts do it some way, some districts don't do it at all. And I think that's largely the reason why we'd suggest to work on this bill for this year and bring it forward with an amendment during the second year of this biennium, so that it actually solves a problem and doesn't create either other problems or worse. Well, creating other problems is pretty bad, or actually not solve the problem that it's doing. And so I would hope we'd hold on to it and work on it.
Okay, I do have a question here, and maybe our individual here has been a commissioner or a deputy commissioner of DOE, or maybe Representative Cascadden, who's been an administrator. Is the teacher's ticket now renewed in this state? Mine was renewed every 5 years. I had to go back and take so many courses to get my certification renewed. Is it 3 or 5 years, or what is the time frame now? Does anybody know that of the two that I asked?
I believe it's every 3 years for certification. The 5-year mark is tenure,
Well, okay,
which is another issue.
that's another issue.
But yeah,
And
certification's
that
every
varies.
3 years.
Every 3 years, okay.
Yep.
I think that's where I was, yes.
So
So
that
every
was the
3
same
years,
representative a few years ago when I left. It was every 3 years.
every 3. Okay, good. Yes, Representative Myler.
Yeah, one of the things that we've been talking about even this morning was the issue of student safety and child safety. And I think one of the questions, as in my notes reflect here, there was a question about service providers under the EFA program, and how do we ensure that those service providers are in fact would they fall under the same kind of aegis from a standpoint of ensuring that that their background checks are similar to. If we want to move in this direction, then how do we deal with all those individuals who are basically going to have a chance to educate students? So that was a question.
That line of thinking is going to be very divergent from the chapter of law we're in here, of this section, which is dealing with employees of schools, charter schools, etc. You look at right at the top of the bill, what's it say? The employing school administrative unit, school district, charter public school.
It was just a question.
Yeah, so I think if we can keep it to that scope, I think we'll get probably to some kind of conclusion here. Representative Cascade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to point out that record checks for substitute teachers within the same SAU are required every 3 years by statute. And I know this is asking for school employees and volunteers. And I wonder, I mean, I have to go back and check this, but the pool of people who have never had a criminal record check pre the law probably should have one. But then moving forward, once an employee has had one, does the code of ethics and the code of conduct sort of screen anything that an employee might do out on the street or out in the community that's a violation? Isn't there something in those two booklets that would trigger some disciplinary action possibly?
Yes.
That it wouldn't need a follow-up criminal? I don't know.
3 layers of occurrence that can be applied to an individual who is contrary to that code of professional conduct. And we had a long discussion with that. Brian, you were part of that discussion several years ago or a year ago. And we wrote a letter, an administrative letter from this committee here to DOE suggesting that maybe there be a fourth, which was a lesser of the other 3 steps are presently there. But I'm interested in knowing if, in fact, in your administrator, you have a individual that is, let's say, been caught for DUI. And let's up it a notch with a youngster in a car, so then it becomes aggravated. So if that occurs, does that put you in the position where you have to make the decision, or is the decision made for you that they're no longer be a teacher?
I would make that decision that first is a leave until an internal investigation is done. Usually my police department would do an investigation as well, separate. Might warrant disciplinary action, but I think the teachers union would guard against full dismissal. So it's a process.
That's where I'm aiming. I think that there's a lot of variables in making that decision.
Yeah.
A lot of variables. And so with that, there's got to be some discretion. So I'm looking at these checks, and I'm just want to make sure that we're not going to take that ability of the administration
Right.
to look at this totally and would support people that you have and come up with the right decision rather than saying you're out the door and you've lost your ticket.
Right. A lot goes into it before
Yes.
it gets to that point.
Yeah. Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, because I know it's come up before in during hearings and during discussion, but does FBI have to approve or weigh in on any language
Let's
here?
have safety.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Captain Vic Muzzy. I'm in charge of the Justice Information Bureau for the State Police. And yes, Representative, to answer your question, any language changes would have to be submitted to the FBI. We just attended a conference last week in Seattle discussing the difficulties with that office at the moment at the FBI. They're very short-staffed, and the turnaround time can be quite extensive. I think 2 years ago, we maybe had to wait 8 or 10 months for a review and an approval for 189.13 A through C. So that is a problem at the moment, but yes, given the language change, we would have to have that reviewed by the FBI.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Captain Muzzy, for joining us this
Yes.
morning.
Thank you for the question.
And helping us through this. Would it be possible that we could work with you to, if we retain the bill and are looking at developing some language to maybe have the best shot at getting approval of what, language that would maybe be acceptable?
Yes, and this in fact came up in the discussion last week where the conference we were at was involved multiple states. I can't say every state, and we've tried to do just that, is share language between states that we know has been approved prior by the FBI, and that seems to be not an exact science. So in other words, other states have adopted similar language that they know has passed that process. When that's been submitted by that state, for some reason it's been rejected or returned and what have you. So I think, yes, we can do that. The other thing I'll say, and I'm not really sure on the answer of this, but the earlier we can submit this for approval or not, the better. In other words, I don't know if it's appropriate to submit a bill that hasn't passed just to see if in its current form it would. I don't know if that's, I'd have to do some research myself, and you folks probably know more than I do so far as that goes, but that comes to mind so that we don't have the delay that we suffered with 189.13 and having to wait 10 months before we can act on it because we're at the hands of the FBI to decide for us whether or not it's acceptable. So certainly I think those conversations and that process, we would be open to that to make sure that we're not unnecessarily delayed in whatever the determination may be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further, Representative Woodcock?
Chairman-elect. Kevin, thank you, and thank you for waiting around and taking these
Yeah,
questions.
no problem. Glad to be here.
Two follow-ups. In your conference or in your dialogue with the other fellow people in your capacity in the other states, do you know or have a record of any states that have annual or research with licenses as part of their statute?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, so you don't know if that's happening out there?
No, with this, you mean for this process in other states, if it's happening?
I mean, yeah, for other states that do recertification, do you know of any states that require, or it's like it's attached to part of their process, recertification?
I'm not.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Cascadden?
Just looking at the statute, there is a section of the 189.13C, the criminal history records check on a candidate is valid for a period of 3 years, which if the committee was going towards every certification period, it would match this particular statute.
Yes. Are there any, yes, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Captain, could you outline for us what goes into a criminal records check? I mean, how does it work?
Certainly, I don't know if my partner here would join me. I mean, since we're both here. So I can explain it from, I think, probably somewhat of the same level, but well, I'll let you explain. The resident expert.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Shea, and I'm the Criminal Records Unit Supervisor. And as far as the criminal records background checks, with that, you get two portions to that. We have the state-only check, which for education, you get everything. And then we submit the fingerprints to the FBI, and the FBI sends us everything that they have from the other states, in which you receive all the records as well on that.
Yes.
What kind of records are you looking at?
It's any criminal records that they have that are fingerprint based. So any charge, if they were arrested for drugs, if they were arrested for, the list is extensive.
Yeah, so maybe I can help explain a little bit. A criminal record consists of things like complaints as accepted for filing, arrests, and dispositions. So each incident, we'll call it, has a cycle. And typically you'll see on the criminal record, things are delineated by cycle. And so there's usually 3 entries for every incident, those being the complaints that were filed at the court, or the arrest, the complaints that were filed at the court, and then the disposition that comes from the court. And so we have that, a state record. Now, our state record may or may not be fingerprint supported, which means offenses that you're convicted of and criminal offenses that you're convicted of in New Hampshire will appear on your New Hampshire only record. Reason being is the FBI doesn't care what your name is. The FBI cares what your fingerprints look like, and that's the only data that they will put on their record is those instances that are fingerprint supported. So the state record may actually have more information on it than the federal record because of the way information gets on the federal record, which has to be by fingerprints. And the best example I can think of is if you're in a DW, if an individual were to be involved in a car crash, let's say, and they were accused and found guilty of drunk driving, they may be in the hospital. And so that investigation that goes on, that person may be hospitalized. We may not get fingerprints for that arrest. And thereby that offense would not appear on the federal record, but would appear on their state record. And so that's why the records can be and sometimes are different. Now, every state record, if you will, that has fingerprints, you're going to see those on both records. So you'll see it on the state record and on the FBI record. So and the FBI record often, contains the same cycles, if you will, that the state record does. So it's, from what we've heard from the industry, it's a lot of information typically. And we've done some trainings with Attorney Fenton to help the SAUs and administrators understand what that information means, how to look at it, how to interpret, what might be there and things. So, for us, we don't have, a state fingerprint. We rely on the FBI. So, all of our fingerprints get submitted to the FBI, and there's been some discussion on state checks with fingerprints. That's not the way that we operate at the moment. So we have to rely on the FBI for those things. So, I guess that hopefully answers the question.
Yeah. Two questions. One, are there any charges that can be exonerated from the record, 1? And 2, what is the fee for the criminal record check?
Yes, to answer your first question, through the process of an annulment. So we basically, the person would go to court and they would file for an annulment that would be reviewed. And if the court decided, yes, this charge can be annulled, we get notice of that. That's a manual process for us now. And we go in and literally delete that from the record. And the charge for a state conviction check is $25.
Okay.
And the charge for an annulment is $100. If you're asking.
As far as the FBI check, just so there's 2 different fees there. For the FBI check, which would include the state check, is $48.25 for an employee and $21.25 for a volunteer, which includes the FBI and state check.
I have a question regarding your FBI, what you get from the FBI. We have a number of, well, not a number, but we do have teachers or administrators or folks working in schools that are coming in that may be Canadian. Or does the FBI check go further? And I'm not picking on Canada, but I was brought up there. So, so what my question would, and I'm not checking for myself either, but I'm curious to know whether when you do your FBI check that there's any linkage where this individual may have come from internationally.
Internationally, I would need to get clarification on that for you. They will tell us as far as the state they were born in and that kind of information. But as far as if it's international, I'll have to research that a little further.
Thank you.
For what it's worth, we do see military charges, on a record at times. I can't say as I've ever seen a foreign charge or a charge from another place, but certainly military, charges are on there, and which can be sometimes difficult to discern what the outcome of those may have been. And
yeah, I've been there and done that. Article 5 or so. Started out as a young officer, and you're acting like judge, jury, and everything in one time.
Right.
So, are there further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize if I missed this. So currently, school system employees are going through the state records check or the federal?
The federal check.
The federal. So that would encompass if they had a situation in another state prior to being here. Thank you.
100%. Once they get the federal check, that's based off their fingerprints.
Right.
So that's going to link any other charges from another state.
Thank you for clarifying.
So if you just sit there just a second, based on what I'm hearing here, there seems to be some very good questions which have been asked from the committee and good information we've heard from the department. I'm getting close to the point where we may not want to take any action. It's not an early bill. And we may want to really sort through this a little bit more and work with you. And maybe I can talk with Eddie Edwards when he comes over for the Public School Infrastructure Commission and work with him too. But I think there's much more we have to learn here. So we don't step somewhere where we're, going to end up next year trying to undo what we did this year.
And I just think from our standpoint, based upon what we've heard of, it's called CJLU, and that's an acronym that I suppose stands for something. It's just fun to say. So far as the office at the FBI that reviews these things, and we literally spoke last week about trying to get a training from them to help educate us on what the standard should be, so that we're not unnecessarily wasting time. And there was quite healthy discussion on some struggles that other states had had. Adopting similar language from a neighboring state that had been passed and things like that, and then all of a sudden they're up against this wall. So the industry, from our perspective, is trying to find a way to help smooth this process out, understanding that all the other states are suffering from the 8 or 10 month delay. And again, I think thinking proactively is where I'm coming from when I say I don't know at what point it would be appropriate to send them proposed language, and I'm not familiar with whether that would be a good practice or not, or whether that's possible. But as I see it, I just don't want to run into a delay like we had before in that instance.
I think that's certainly advisable that we consider doing that, so we don't run down the path, go farther down the rabbit hole and have to figure out how to get out of there.
Right.
Pardon me? Yeah. Yeah, we should be always clearing stuff through, people like Dinah Fenton and, and you guys, and maybe even across the street.
Yeah, and I would say in this case, in my personal opinion, what you're not asking the FBI to release their record to another body or another group. You're really saying we just want to release it more often. So in theory, I think the intent of the bill should be fine. I'm not the FBI, and I don't know how they think on a daily basis, but I would see a bigger hang up if we were trying to disseminate their record to a new group of people. That would be probably cause more concern versus what we're really saying is here, we just want to do this on a more frequent basis, which I can't imagine would be a problem. But again, I don't want to speak out of turn on that either.
Thank you, Captain. It's been good advice. So, yeah, I'd just like to not take any action right now. So if we have to do something, we have through March 16th where we have to make a decision on this. So we got some time here. And we'd very much like to work with you further on this.
Sure, certainly.
And we'll get Diana involved with it as well.
So maybe a subcom.
We'll put a subcommittee together. And I know committees are committees, but this one right here it's important. And in support, we do it right. So thank you once again.
I want to thank you for waiting for your lunch break, and we did have a little bet in the back of the room that you were going to break for lunch ahead of time, so I'm disappointed that I didn't bet. I would have had a free lunch. So.
Well,
thank you for waiting.
You're welcome to join me. I got peanut butter and jelly sandwich here.
Just for a little lunchtime humor, I wanted to say thank you for it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we're not going to take any action on this bill right now, and we're going to break for our lunch. And we have about 5 or so bills left to do today, so we should be able to clean up fairly quickly. So let's come back around 1 o'clock. If you need a little bit more time, if you're going to the cafeteria lines. Yes, yeah. And during that lunch, the Republicans will caucus. Pardon me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Do you have lunch?
Yeah. Oh, wait, there's a microwave there.
Not in there. No, we don't.
Right, I'm just gonna run here.
Yeah.
Is it down in
I could use the walk back.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah.
Linda, we're not going to start till 1:15. It's at 12:15. We'll start at 1:15 if you have to run to the garage. We'll have a subcommittee work on that bill. And we also are going to have a subcommittee work done on the indemnification stuff. But now we're down to the next one here, which is dealing with HB 380, FN, relative non-academic surveys administered by a public school or a charter public school to its students. Representative McDonald, you're recognized for a motion.
I move ITL on this bill.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Representative Cordielli beats Representative Ford. So the motion's been made by Representative McDonald, second by Representative Cordelli, referencing 380. It's open to discussion from the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some serious concerns with this bill, which is why I made the motion of ITL. But the biggest being that non-academic surveys, since they are not related to academics, we need to give parents and students increased awareness of what they are agreeing to. So changing this to an opt-out policy might make some students and parents unaware of what they're agreeing to. And that's just my primary concern among a few other reasons. So thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Cordelli? Further discussion from the committee? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to the record on this one that despite some of the testimony we heard, I have done a bit of research, and this bill does specifically exempt from the ability to opt out. CDC develops surveys beyond the Youth Risk Assessment Survey. My research shows that there are other CDC surveys that have been developed, including some very concerning looking ones coming down from the World Health Organization and the United Nations. So there would be theoretically a whole lot of surveys exempted by this bill.
So Representative Belcher, can you please explain a little bit more for me on this one? We have the CDC survey that we're talking about with the exception in law, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey.
Correct.
Now, is this bill opening it up to other CDC surveys?
Correct. If you look at the language of this bill, it opens it up to any CDC developed survey.
Can you show me where that is in 380?
I think it's lines 12 and 13.
There you go.
Yeah, presentation, he said it right. It's right here. Funded by the CDC.
Right. Okay. Further discussion, Representative Tanner.
These are prevention programs as listed in here. And you said that these surveys that open it up to the world have UN or World Health Organization type surveys. They wouldn't be appropriate for this as a prevention survey, would they?
If I may answer that, because this language in the bill opens it up to CDC surveys, the specific surveys I'm speaking to in my research are CDC surveys that have been developed in conjunction with the World Health Organization and the United Nations and UNESCO. So yes, those organizations are directly involved.
For prevention? Because this says for prevention.
I don't have the name of them right in front of me at the moment.
Representative Damon?
I'd like to add, thank you. I'd like to ask Representative Belcher for further clarification because that line 12 into 13 clearly says surveys related to other, I'm emphasizing prevention as Representative Tanner did, and also funded by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. CDC is not funding UNESCO or the World Health Organization.
Yeah, I don't believe I ever made any claim that would contradict that. These are CDC surveys. They are available on the at least the descriptions of them on the CDC website, and they are partnered with UNESCO, the UN, and the World Health Organization in developing and administering these surveys specifically designed to be administered to school-age students in schools.
Further discussion? Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the important part of this, as I see it, is that it provides notice prior to any of these surveys being given. And I think the dilemma that we've had before is that the opt-in, I think first of all, these surveys are done to help schools and other agencies to identify issues that need to be addressed in schools or in communities. And by having the current opt-in program, the issue of the reliability of the numbers that need to be taken to make these the results reliable, is difficult. By opting out, parents can do that. As it says here, that the written notice is given to students or listed on electronically on websites, et cetera. So it would seem to me that we'd want to get some of this data so that the various service agencies assisting student behavior, et cetera, and other needs that need to be addressed in schools and communities needs to be done. So I don't understand why there's a problem there.
Okay, we're going to just take a break for a second. I had the Deputy Chief of Staff just inform me, due to the severe weather we are currently experiencing, the temperature is plummeting right now. Speaker Packard is recommending legislators who are parked at the Store Street Garage park closer to the State House and LOB before temperature drops further and the wind picks up. If you are parked at Store's Street Garage today, please feel free to take a break at your convenience to go move your car closer. We currently have space available in the upper LOB garage, which is accessible via Capitol Street, that's right over here on the side, in various street spaces and various street spaces around the complex, which are identified by the yellow legislative bags. Protective Services can assist you in finding a space if you have any trouble. Do we have any people here that would like to take advantage of that right now? Because we're going to be here for, I would say, at least to 3:30. It's going to be a little chilly out there.
I can end your car.
If you want to move right now, we could. You could probably get a ride down there too, instead of having to walk down there with the van. Pardon me?
The wind is real.
I can't hear you. Well, it has nothing to do with the danger in the garage. It's just the extreme temperature. Okay, so it's not, you don't have to do anything if you don't want to do it, but if somebody wants to, we can, take a short break and you can hit the garage and get your car up here and park it right in back of the building here, where there's lots of spaces available. Right. No, they will do that for you. They'll do that for you. You can buzz it and they'll just open you up.
Okay.
So we will discuss, but because of this, we will not take any action on anything until we have everybody back. Well, what I would suggest, when you go down, go to the desk where you see Bob down there and ask him, we'd like to go to the garage, but we'd like to have the van take us. Unless you feel you can do it quickly. And ask him how long it takes the van to get here to get you down there, too.
When it goes to 4 degrees.
Art, I don't know how you can tolerate sitting beside that guy. 380. Off topic, I just checked weather on top of Mount Washington and are down approaching minus 30.
Minus 110 tonight.
Yeah, minus 30 degrees. No, that's real temperature. That's the real temperature. That we're not quite there yet, but by late afternoon, they expect to be down about minus 30. Okay. HB 380, we're discussing this relative non-academic surveys administered by a public school or a charter public school to its students. I'm trying to recoup where we were. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add some further context and perhaps correct a little bit of testimony we heard before a break. It was stated that there is opt-in, opt-out procedures and such for CDC-related surveys. But I would note that the language in the bill actually says the policy shall include an exception from the consent requirement for the youth risk behavior survey developed by the CDC. It goes on to continue that exemption to this new language that expands it beyond that survey to all CDC potential surveys, and then it strikes the part of the policy that would allow for an opt-out. So there would, under this, be no opting out.
Representative Lekes.
I just wanted to, I guess, give an anecdote. People say, well, it's on, notice is given, and that notice I don't think is struck out. Notice is given so the parents would know. But the problem is, notice is given by putting it someplace on the school district website. And when my granddaughter was living with me during high school, I was on that website every day. I was in communication with her teachers every day, right? That website is huge. I didn't read the whole website every day. I was in communication with her teachers. I was looking at how she was doing every day. I never saw a notice. And then my granddaughter came home absolutely upset with me, mad at me. Grandma, why didn't you opt me out? Do you know what that stuff asked? It was so embarrassing. I mean, she was a very private person. And the idea that even people were asking her these questions was extremely upsetting to her. She didn't talk to me for 2 hours. She was so mad at me, and that was not normal for her. But she was so mad at me because she had to, and they told her she had to, they didn't say, oh, as a student, you can decide not to do this. They didn't tell her that. And that she had to answer these private, personal questions that she didn't, she was very private, still is very private. And I still remember that. That was so upsetting to her that she had to answer this survey.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Just a clarification of Representative Belcher's comment. Mike, under the 18 and 19, when they have the new DOC policy and then doctrine of the bill, it says that right there that the parents and guardians can opt out of the non-academic survey. I understand what you're looking at, where it's lined out, but that puts it back in down there, and they can either do it electronically, you don't have to write it out anymore. So that's in there. This has safeguards, it's on the website, it's 10 days in advance, the schools have it in their hand, the kids know it's coming, they advertise it, and then parents can opt out simply electronically, just click like everything else. I think it's more. I think we're making it more than it really is.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to add that what Representative Lakes just said about her granddaughter, we should really stop and take a minute to think. If students feel that way, they feel embarrassed at school. No student should be made to feel that way because of a survey that, as it is written in the context of the bill, has no academic value. And the survey mentioned the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Well, I took that survey twice, in 2020 and 2022. Was I told that this was something I could opt out of? No, I was not. Students are not made aware that they have that ability, and parents are not made aware. And there also is no follow-up procedure in place. And while we did have testimony from DHHS, who is also present today, and I believe they have the best of intentions, and I'd like to think that
but the survey itself has no direct benefit to students or teachers because they don't have access to the survey results that are anonymous anyway. And there is concern about the accuracy of results when students make a joke of such a survey anyway. So it really has no value, and it's even noted no academic value. So it really shouldn't be an opt-out type thing, it should be opt-in. And that's just seems fundamental to me.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. One, it's not only electronic notice. In fact, what it actually says is written notice sent home with the student, and then in addition to the written notice may be provided electronically. So the situation that happened with Representative Lakes' granddaughter is not what this bill says. It's not only electronic. You don't have to search a website. There is a notice sent. I would just like to speak as a public health person to the incredible value of data to drive decision-making about how we educate, what we need to know, what the problems are. And saying that this doesn't have academic benefit does not resonate for me, because the situations that the surveys obtain information on relate to an individual's ability to benefit from education. You can't learn if your mental health status is not addressed. You can't learn if a variety of other situations are happening that the data from these surveys help us to be able to address. I think it's good public policy to get the best survey data we can, which would mean the most subjects available. Thank you.
Okay, we got a lot of bills in front of us here, and of course we got the youth risk behavior survey is already in statute and how we do things. This is changing that around. How much more time we want to spend on commenting amongst ourselves here on it is something we ought to consider. We got these other bills coming. If we want to support this, let's just go ahead and show that. If we want to be, just remain with what we got in statute, let's go the other way. But let's get the comment stuff done so we can get, on with the other 4 bills which we got coming at us. So we do have a motion on the table to ITL this bill, but that would mean we just stay with the statute we have in the books right now. And so I guess I would, unless there's somebody that really has, I don't want to cut it off totally, but if somebody has something, please let me know right now, because I'm ready to call the roll here. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the table. It's ITL 380. This is relative to non-academic surveys administered by a public school or chartered public school to its students.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekes,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Oh, hold on a second. Sorry. 6, 7. Okay. Representative Quartiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
not to pass.
Representative Myler makes a motion. It's the second by Representative Damon. Further discussion? Representative Myler?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Representative Damon? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekes,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative no.
No.
Representative Quartiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Mr. Chair,
Who's going to write the,
Representative Woodcock would be the.
all right?
What was that?
He said you were going to write the report for ITL the bill.
Oh, if that's what Representative Miles said, I'm sure it's accurate. Thank you.
OTP.
Okay. Thank you. Next bill which we have on the docket is 638. This is relative to extraordinary need grants to schools. So everybody, 638. Okay, this is relative to the extraordinary needs grants to schools. All righty, we have a motion on that one.
No, no.
I'll give you the gavel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call on you for a motion.
I'd like to recommend OTP on 638.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Representative Myler. Discussion, Representative Ladd?
Thank you very much. We've had some discussion on this extraordinary needs grant. Even yesterday, I believe we were discussing it. I think you all know why the bill's been put in, where for those that have received less than $50,000, we're spending more money oftentimes in terms of those that are creating the report than they're receiving from the grant itself. And so therefore, the putting forward of this particular bill, it's just another part of this whole funding formula which we have to address. This and the relief grant and fiscal capacity disparity aid. So I won't say any more on it at this time.
Representative Myler?
Pass, thank you.
Pass. Further comments, Representative Tanner?
Yeah, I just would like a little clarity on this. Under section 2, A, it says the accountability plan will not be a conditional requirement. And then down in B, it says a school district that shares a town with another school district will result in both districts being required to complete the accountability plan under 2. So it sounds contradictory to me. Could you explain?
An individual district in A that receives this grant, that's applicable to, but if they're in a district that shares a town with another school district, so you're talking about 2 districts or more there. I think that's how I'm reading that.
I thought it was like cooperatives that had.
Well, it could be that
shared a town.
too. It could be that too.
And one is required and one isn't to complete the accountability.
It says both districts are not exempt.
Yeah.
In A, it says the accountability plan will not be a conditional requirement. And then in part 2, it said it's being required to complete the plan. So.
Well, if both districts individually are exempt, but you take the co-op that has them both within that cooperative district, then they wouldn't be exempt. right? It would total up more than 50 grand. That's how I'm seeing that. But
Oh, okay. I
this was
just
a
didn't
cleanup
understand.
bill from DOE. It's
Oh.
nothing that we have created. It's, we receive these type of things and bang, we put them forward. This is basically a Caitlin bill.
Does this grant go to the town or does it go to the district? Maybe that's the difference.
Goes to, pardon me? Pardon me?
I think it answers
Yeah,
that
I
indeed.
think it goes to the town, and the monies from the town then are transferred over to the district. It goes to the municipal first. And that's why we had these quarterly payments are like that as well.
I just still see it as one contradicting the other. But
Representative Lakis?
I just have a question on what these reports, how detailed they have to be. I mean, we know that a district is 50,000. It's because, but it could still be a small amount per school or per, based on the number of students. But do they have to just give a general report overall for the district, or does it have to be what they provided for this student, and that student?
Has to be in accordance with the language which we put in the extraordinary needs grant bill that Aaron Hennessy put forward last year. It stipulates exactly what's the accountability plan, grant supposed to. I think it's much of the similar language that you would find out of the 2018 report, that task force. I don't have the extraordinary
Yeah.
needs grant in front of me.
It's 19840F Roman 2 on page 758 in your textbook.
Yeah, I can get it right here too.
It says, in order to receive an extraordinary need grant, the eligible school district shall provide a plan to the Department of Education outlining how the district intends to use the grant award funds to improve the educational achievement and growth of students. The extraordinary need grant plan shall include an accountability component designed to generate data that measures student academic achievement and growth of knowledge and skills in reading and language arts, and/or mathematics, at what grade levels funds will be used, etc.
Yes, and that was in SB 420. It was submitted on May 17, 2020, and it was 2038 was the amendment number. I got it in front of me right here from our record last year. And it is that language that we have for these exceptions to filing, if it's 50,000 or whatever it might be.
Is it still it's not a condition of requirement for this grant or for the accountability plan to be received, to receive the extraordinary needs grant?
That's correct. That's what
Okay.
D says.
Yeah.
Yes. Further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Blackus,
No.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Any objections to consent?
No.
Okay. Pardon me? Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the early bills we had here. Pardon me? This, but see, this was not changing any money at all. This was simply changing policy associated with the money. It does. Let me look at that and see if what it was specifically saying. FN. Due to time constraints, the Office of Legislative Budget is unable to provide a fiscal note for this bill as introduced at this time. I don't know how this was going to create more money. All it's stipulating as far as whether you have to comply with a report, basically. We have a lot of bills that are coming down without fiscal notes, Representative Heath, and we have a hard time understanding which ones are early versus the other ones, which probably should be early, and maybe this one shouldn't be early. We'll put it on our consent, and if somebody wants to pull it, so be it.
Did you see in the
Consent? No.
notices that there's a caucus for the House?
So then don't put it on consent.
Then you don't put it on
We'll
consent.
put it on the regular calendar then.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, she's got that part then. It's not, it's off of consent.
It's
Okay, going on to the next one, HB 424.
under members and rights.
This is relative to school lunch payment policies. 424 does have a fiscal note also. You want to, no, okay, well, I'll make a motion so we
Yep.
can just move on this.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call on the chairman for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion, ITL on this bill 424.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second is Representative Ford. Chairman Ladd for a comment?
Yes, first thing I'd like to say, I don't know how we get a fiscal cost to this thing, other than they're saying that in this bill, if a student's unable to pay for a meal or owes a meal debt, the school is prohibited in not providing that or requiring something like, I guess, chores or other work or some way that compensates for the meal. And it says require school to direct communication about child's meal debt to a parent or guardian and not the student. Nothing in this section shall prohibit a school from sending a student. What I'm trying to say is I don't see any financial cost to this thing. And yet here we are, another bill, which is an early bill and with an FN on it. I for one, would never do something as a school principal where it's demeaning to any youngster. We used to have kids fighting over helping put the folding tables back up against the wall or to take a sponge and wash off the surface. We never did any cleaning or anything like that. It was just associated with it. It was sometimes there was kids that didn't want to go for recess on that -10 day.
Rick, it's not an early bill.
Okay, FN, the FN, yeah, that's,
Due out 3/16.
yeah, okay. That's my thoughts on this thing. I think that this is trying to write a policy for a school district when it's a local affair and a local can do it. The local knows the students and can make these decisions without us having to say, now we need, to do it this way. I know for a lot of the lunch serving people, it's difficult times when you're trying to collect debt at the end of the school year. That can be a real hard issue. And there's some that owe a lot of money. And that's a burden on school districts. I'd rather see something where the school district who's tried to make those efforts, they get compensated for that in some way, if they're not going to get it out of the parent. And perhaps somebody that's been here, or out in the field recently might be, do you ever get reimbursed for something like that? I don't think you do. You absorb that debt. So I introduced this, so that was my little spiel. Representative Ford.
Nothing further.
Representative Cascana, that's where I'm trying to get to.
Thank you. It's the local district that bears the cost, if you look at this bill, because they're responsible at the end of the year to tap their general fund to pay off the debt. I can remember as an early or a young principal, if somebody didn't pay for their lunch, they got a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Now, if that's not discriminating, and then some law came out and said, no, they get a hot meal like everybody else and nobody knows. So thank goodness that did change, because obviously that would stigmatize. I don't know what this law would do, as you were saying, because the cost, no matter what the debt is, and there's a process through the business offices that if there's a high debt, then a letter is mailed home from the business office to offer payments plan, and we always threaten small claims court, but it's after multiple letters, so you've got your data. And I think in my 10 years, we took one to court, and we got the money. But it was after multiple annual, going after, and it wasn't that the parent couldn't. It was just, ignoring the whole situation. So I don't know what this bill would do today that isn't already happening, which is similar to what you were saying. That's not what I thought initially.
That dittos exactly what I'm seeing up in SAO 23.
Yeah.
And I see them having to go through, and when they do go, it's in a real expense in the part of the district. So basically, they're absorbing this debt, and I think that's the big issue.
It is.
That's the big issue. It's the kids are being fed.
Yeah.
The big issue is the debt.
Right. That's why we need more money.
I think I beg to differ with you, Mr. Chair. I think this bill is focused on not having a hard time with words here, stigmatizing students as a result of not paying it. I mean, we've heard this problem before, and to me, it goes way beyond who's getting the letter, et cetera. It's making sure that a child does not go through a lunch line and somehow is stigmatized because it's not being paid. I mean, I think that's the intent of this bill, unless I'm misreading it.
The fact is, in the districts I've had, the kids are fed and they're fed the same food. That's not the issue. I don't think we're stigmatizing the kids. I think the issue is we're not reimbursing the schools for the debt that they're incurring, and they're putting the schools in a situation where they have to chase this money if they want to receive, and sometimes it's significant dollars. I was looking at one account which was over $1,000. That's huge. Representative Tanner.
I just worry that I know schools have been pressured to get outside vendors because it's supposed to balance out the income and the expenses. It's supposed to be independent. That maybe some of these vendors have kind of gone to collection agencies or pressure tactics that the school wouldn't approve of, but the school may not know about because the lunch program is independent of the school. I mean, I visited a couple and they had for their cafeteria, they had people come in and actually cater it.
But see, part of the problem as I see it is that this is not the student that's free and reduced. This is the student, the family has the wherewithal to send the kids without the money. And then you're chasing this down. And there's refusal to pay what is owed, and they have the ability to pay. Representative Cascade?
Just to add to that, to me, if there is somebody that is stigmatizing a student, then that's a personnel issue. And it needs to be addressed in the evaluation process.
I agree. Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to refer to Representative Hawkins' testimony, one of the statements he did say, as you could discern, was that his concern had been historically that some of the youngsters in the cafeterias are getting fed, as you indicated, and they would give them, say, take this home to Mary, take it home to your mom tonight, and give her this letter so she can square away the pan. And that was his concern. He mentioned it multiple times for the last 2 or 3 years. There's a letter that they give the high school kid, probably give it to him, but the elementary school kid is waiting in line, take this home to your mother because she owes us, take care of it. And I think that was the concern he was thinking about when he started talking about stigmatization, particularly.
And that
why I
may
wrote that
be
in there.
initially how it may happen.
Yeah.
However, there is follow-up from the food service director or the person in charge. That is done oftentimes by phone, it's done by
I understand
letter.
that, but that's why he wrote that in the bill, Mr. Chair, that they can't send it home by the student. That was his point. That's all. I just recalling that directly. Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way I see it, most of this bill is reasonably unobjectionable, but I'd like to call people's attention beginning at line 12. And if you follow along with me for a second, I want to demonstrate that this is not particularly well worded. Any school that participates in the National School Lunch Breakfast Program or National School Lunch Program shall not provide to any child who qualifies for a free or reduced breakfast or lunch an alternate meal that is not provided to students generally. What is provided to students generally? A lot of schools have their cafeteria. They also have vendors that come in. I would argue, and I think a lot of other people might argue, that the vendors coming in are generally providing food. We're opening up a situation because of the way this is worded after line 10 here, that free and reduced lunch students could be demanding whatever vendored food at whatever cost. And that could be something that winds up being billed to the school, having to be covered by the school. That language to me would have to be cleaned up considerably.
Representative Dry, you had your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you mentioned about possibilities about how this might be enacted, because in this year's testimony, when we asked the sponsor, is this happening? Is this a current issue? He only talked about conjecture on how it might happen. And I didn't hear any, it's happening here today one. He may have said it in other years, but he didn't say it this year.
Thank you. And that goes on to what I was trying to convey. I am really tired of hearing that schools are doing something which is not good for kids, or that there's insinuation that schools are mistreating. I don't believe that the case. I think teachers and food service people are in there. You wouldn't be in that business to make money. You're there to help kids, and I think that's the genuine place that all these people are at. And for us to even insinuate that the kids are being intentionally stigmatized by not providing a meal, I'd like to know where that's happening, because if that is, I agree with Representative Cascade. That's a personnel issue, and somebody has to get on top of that and say goodbye to that person. The person is doing that, because that is not where we are as a society today. And I'm sorry, I just can't believe that our school districts are doing that. Representative Balboni?
Just a little commentary. My sister-in-law is a food service director, and I asked her to kind of look at this and give me an idea of whether or not these practices are occurring in the district that she works in. And she's pretty strict about what's allowed and what's not allowed. And she felt that it was a local school issue, and it wasn't prevalent in her district. And again, her bigger problem was dealing with the parents who don't pay at the end, and most school districts absorb the cost at the end. It can be significant, and we never treated food service as a money-making venture. So, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Peternell?
I just tried to check my email. I don't think I've received anything from any constituents or anybody in the state on this bill. And I'm wondering, I can't remember how to find the online testimony. And you are all usually good at that.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just do a little mea culpa. 2 years ago, this committee saw this same bill filed by the prime sponsor and co-sponsored by Mullen, Myler, and Luno. It left this committee ITL 20-0. And I'm inclined to do that this year too. I'm just signaling without a caucus. So if that's,
Well,
people can do whatever they want, but yeah.
Representative Cascade.
Just a final to address line 12, 13, 14. The food service has to offer a certain meal. And from my experience, what they call like when the wellness policy came out, you had to remove all vending machines. You couldn't have any more soda and snacks, all of that, which was bad to some, I guess. But I don't know if you're thinking of, there are alternatives kids can buy, and those are a la carte items. So there might be packaged snacks. I don't think there's devil dogs, not supposed to be. And, you know, healthy snacks from a vendor or vending company, which kids sometimes can just buy if they bring the money, but it's totally separate from the hot lunch program. Kids who have a debt have a right to the free hot lunch, but not to the, you know, the a la carte stuff unless they got cash and they're paying it on cash. So I don't know if that's what you were thinking. But
Thank you very much. There are a lot of stories on soda machines. We used to call them pop machines where I was, and my pop machine, before all the rules came down, got me $18,000 annually for the slush fund. And then in Texas, where my daughter worked, she couldn't bring a Pepsi to school because they had a contract with Coke.
right,
And,
exactly.
And that's where we've gone with some of this stuff.
Moneymaker though.
It's a big money maker, but it's not really the way to go. It's not really nutritious either. So, pardon me? Yeah, oh, yeah. We got the scoreboards too. Yes. Okay, so no more discussion on this. We have a motion on the floor to ITL this bill. Madam Clerk, the bill is relative to school lunch payment policies. Please call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Is that a consent? Yeah, I would assume so. Great, thank you. By the way, I don't think we'll do 654 today. That's the last one. That was the bill we heard first today, and we had some questions about monitoring and all that. We may want to, unless there's somebody who would like to move forward with it today. I don't know.
We're no Russia.
Right. We can take it up very shortly here, in the next, couple weeks, but. Okay, 429 is the remaining bill for today then. 170? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, 170. Let's climb back up to 170, HB 170, requiring the teaching of cursive handwriting and multiplication tables. Representative Likis.
I move to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Ford seconds the motion. Representative Likis?
Did you have an amendment?
Yeah, but you made the motion. Are you? Do you want to comment? Do you want to comment on the bill?
Okay, yeah. First, regarding cursive, we heard a lot of testimony about how important that was for brain development and particularly kids with dyslexia and how that helped them. And then as regards to math, we keep hearing there's a big drop off in how kids do after a certain time period. suddenly we have a big drop off. And as a math teacher, that's when you really get into having to do fractions, reducing fractions, factoring, all that kind of stuff. And that requires a good knowledge, memorization of those multiplication tables. And without them, it's a struggle. And so if we're not requiring them to be taught, and then suddenly you get to the math skills that require those things, you're going to have a real drop off in how kids are doing. And so I think we're really hurting kids by not requiring them. Yes, they have calculators, but there's a lot of math that you do that trying to use a calculator and not just knowing it is going to take a long time. Thank you.
Further discussion from the second?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that students lose a lot in terms of manual dexterity and things like that, which they then later need in doing, excuse me. I think students lose a lot in not learning cursive and, for that matter, multiplication. They simply aren't prepared to do a lot of the things they're later required to do. Simply filling out an application for a job or for a driver's license or things like that. And just understanding what other people have written, whether or not they themselves can do it. It's important that they know what it means. And I think it's a loss if we leave it out of school.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to just hold on that for a second. Yes, Representative.
I wanted to echo what Representative Ford said. One of the things he said about being able to read cursive. So as a former instructor where I graded a lot of papers, I myself would write comments. It was the comfortable way for me to think, was to have a paper and write my comments. Not that I didn't know how to use doing it electronically. I just think differently, and I write in cursive because that would help me think a certain way. What I'm saying is students are going to be coming across that where they'll need to read, not just students. It seems to me almost like another form of illiteracy to be unable to read cursive. And I'm not just talking about reading the Constitution, the original documents of the Founding Fathers. I mean, certainly, yeah, that's great. But you do come across cursive. So whether or not you even write in cursive, which, I think the process of learning cursive, from what we've seen lots of evidence that writing in cursive is good for dyslexia, but just in general, I firmly believe it's similar to something that happens when you do music lessons. I don't have my kids become, I didn't expect for them to start playing an instrument in an orchestra professionally, but I certainly had them all do music lessons because I think that's good for the brain. From what I've read, learning to write in cursive is good for the brain. And I was half joking the other day about one of these bills was about remedial instruction in, I think, community college. This kind of gets to the multiplication table part of this bill. And I was half joking thinking, well, maybe we wouldn't have the problem of needing remedial instruction in math in community college if we covered the basics in grade school of memorizing the multiplication tables.
Representative Little.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think you probably know how a lot of us feel about telling school districts what to teach. But in this case, especially, when we're talking fifth grade or below fifth grade, when you don't have, you don't have students sitting in study halls and stuff like that, this is coming in and, displacing something that's already being taught. So I think that's a concern. But I think ultimately, though, Is this a 28A violation, unfunded mandate? We're telling him to do something and not paying for it. There's no appropriation with this bill.
Oh, thank you
That's
very
a
much.
question to you on.
I would say no. Teaching cursive has been taught for years in schools, and to say that we're going to now have to put more money in the budget so we can teach cursive, where you may have to put it is into the higher education system, so it's taught to people who are going to be teachers. I see it as a component of language arts. It can be taught to students during is spelling taught? Yes, spelling should be taught in school.
I think it is.
And McGraw-Hill used to have a wonderful program with the spelling and the handwriting mixed together. You could see it, in your new words were done in cursive. I don't believe that you're going to have it's a 91A issue in an elementary school. The classroom teacher is certainly qualified to teach handwriting.
I didn't say it was a 91A issue.
I
certainly don't.
Not 91A. No, excuse me. 28A.
28A.
I'm talking about confidentiality going into closed session. I'm sorry. Getting in the end of the day. But no, I don't think it is. I'll just say no, and I don't think it is a 28A issue. In the second part, multiplication tables, those are inclusive in the mathematics program right now, whether they're taught to be memorized or not. It's just like, how many people have ever been in a spelling bee? How many people have ever been in a forensics contest? All those types of things you do in schools, that's not, doesn't take a 28A to do that. Geography bee, you just, it's taught through the class of the homeroom teacher.
Because they're doing it.
But they're doing it. And if they're not doing this, then it's about time they started doing this and teaching the times tables or having kids memorize them. And I understand all kids won't. And that's why you see Part C in this, where, or you will see it in terms of the amendment that I'm going to introduce here, and I haven't had an opportunity to put that forth, where you need to have an opportunity for those that have an IEP or a 504 plan or some reason where it's waived due to the fact that that's not modified or accommodated in those plans. So how it's done. So at this point in time, I would like to offer this amendment, and that's 0233H. And excuse me, that's the old one. There's the new one here. 316H. And what it does, it says each public school district and charter public school shall provide instruction in cursive writing by the end of 5th grade as a component of the English language arts, and provide the instruction in the multiplication tables by the end of the 5th grade. And subparagraphs A and B may be accommodated, modified, or waived in accordance with a student's IEP or 504 plan. Yes.
Could cursive be taught as a second language?
Could cursive be taught as a second language?
In other words, get money for that. But also, aren't we prescribing curriculum here and pedagogy? And that's a local issue. I mean, it's not that I don't think. I mean, I know cursive and I know multiplication, and I memorized them in school, and I think that's great. But I think it's a local issue.
Well, I'd respond that of the states that just recently put this in effect, Massachusetts is one. Our neighbor is doing it now. That's in law down there. Along with Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, and West Virginia. All are doing it. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share Representative Tanner's concern, but more importantly, the department is currently going through changes in their standards. 306 is currently being reviewed. And these are the things that basically outline to the school district in those standards what needs to be done academically. And so I don't know why the legislature has to take on the responsibility of doing this when in fact the department for the last 2 years have been working on standards for schools. And this clearly is a standard for schools. I mean, there's no question, you know, we want students to be able to do their multiplication tables and all. There's no question about that. It's towards the aegis of the direction. And to me, it's in those standards that are issued by the department, not here.
Representative Cordelli?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think those 306 standards, we haven't even seen a draft. It hasn't gone to the State Board of Education to not pass legislation, waiting for something that might or might not pass the State Board of Education, I think is not a wise move on our part.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Representative Myler?
Just to respond to Representative Cordelli, I'm not a curriculum specialist. You know, I don't teach this. The people who are creating the 306 standards are experts in the field. They are people who work in the schools. They know what the curriculum is. I don't know what the curriculum is. I'm not a specialist, and that's why I'm just hesitate. I'm trying to hesitate us to move forward. You're absolutely correct. The standards are currently being reviewed by various groups, et cetera. The State Board of Education is going to soon, I think, this month, going to see at least the draft of them. It would seem to me
This
that
month or next month? Or the next month?
well, no, my understanding is supposed to be
It'll
this.
be ready Friday.
Yeah. So, but anyway, that's my concern. I'm not the expert here, and I'd rather leave it to those who work in the schools to basically be responsible for doing that.
Representative Cascade?
You say that with a smirk.
I'm just, minimum public school standards, 306, and then you look at the academic standards too, which are two different beasts.
Right. I don't think it's the legislator's place to be adding laws on instruction and curriculum. That's my first take. I think that cursive handwriting should absolutely be part of minimum standards and language arts curriculum, because cursive helps students with dyslexia because they don't have to pick up the pencil and form their letters. They can flow. Used to be a second grade skill. It helps with reading fluency and written composition. So there is, scientific data that cursive handwriting has, value for sure. And I definitely am disappointed that it's not being taught. My 9-year-old grandson, I bought him the Palmer handwriting book because he's not learning cursive. Same for multiplication tables. When that was done in 4th and 5th grade, it helps to develop the brain in being able to do rapid thought process. But it doesn't belong here, and I don't think that's the root cause of the problem. I had the national Jamie Volner chart that somebody that testified in a hearing. Since 2000, nationally, we have added 42 additional teaching tasks to people. Now you tell me, has there been a law to extend the school day? Because what teachers have found is when we became one-on-one, technology, they had to start teaching keyboarding in 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade, because by 4th grade or even 3rd grade, some of their work is all in Word docs. So they have to learn those typing skills. But nothing was taken away from the length of, no time was added. It was just do it. And so I'm suspecting that cursive went on a back burner because they had to do so many other things. Plus, instruction belongs with the professionals. It doesn't belong here. But it should be in our public schools. I don't disagree with that. But it's not our job to decide what curriculum occurs at the local level. But again, my biggest thing is the time factor, and that's why it doesn't happen.
Okay. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to highlight what I see as a few perhaps incongruities that we've heard. We've heard testimony. We've heard some opinions here that it is not our place as a legislature to be doing this, that it should be the experts who are doing this. The experts referenced were those at the Department of Education. The Department of Education is the executive branch at the state level. If they have the authority to dictate this sort of thing down to the level of the schools, we absolutely have the authority to tell the executive branch to do it.
Representative Cordelli and then Representative Cascade.
Thank you. Just in terms of curriculum, last term, we passed the requirement for personal finance in the schools, overwhelmingly.
Right.
Term before that, we passed a requirement to learn about the Holocaust, overwhelmingly in the House. So putting cursive into the statutes, I think, is not much different than those two additions to the school system.
Representative Cascade.
Just a comment. Don't you want less government intervention?
Representative Petronell.
Honestly, the more and more I look at this, I can't see a specific curriculum, and I really hope that there's paper and pencils in the school, and that a teacher could maybe draw on their own knowledge of how to write in order to teach cursive. You don't even need a curriculum unless you want to learn how to form the letters correctly. And I don't know about the rest of you, but at this point in time, I have so much scrap paper after all of the stuff I've printed just in the month of being on this committee that I haven't found that I haven't needed, that I could contribute that to the schools and I would handwrite the multiplication facts for them. That's pretty simple. I don't think there's a curriculum. It's just paper and pencil we're talking about.
I just, I don't know why we make these things anymore. This is a pencil, by the way, a pencil. I carry a pencil with me all the time because I'm constantly just erasing, and I use more of the other end of it than the leaded end or the graphite end. But in the other paper which I handed out, The Importance of Cursive Handwriting or Typewriting for Learning in the Classroom, a high-density EEG study of 12-year-old children and young adults. On the first page, it says, we suggest that children from an early age must be exposed to handwriting and drawing activities in school to establish the neuronal oscillation patterns that are beneficial for learning. We conclude that because of the benefits of sensory motor integration due to the larger involvement of the senses, as well as fine and precisely controlled hand movements when writing by hand and when drawing, it is vital to maintain both activities and a learning environment to facilitate and optimize learning. I don't see how this is going to be adding something into our curriculum. My Lord, I had it when I was in school, and apparently it faded away. And because, yes, we do have the keyboarding and all that right now. But also, if you read this and look at the neurological gains by doing cursive, as opposed, for example, to taking notes using your computer, the long-term memory of what you put down. You can type more than you can write. That's in this report. But you also then, when it looks at the memory of what you typed versus what you wrote, you remember more that you hand wrote than you will by keyboarding. So, it's to me, it's just, this is not adding a new curriculum. It's part of language arts. And we've added things like unified sports. We do all kinds of things here, and adding things into our statutory language. But here we have an opportunity to try to ensure that this skill is not lost. And so again, I'll be quiet. Representative Dry.
Thank you. I'm an expert. I taught 9 people how to read, write, and do arithmetic. It was not hard to figure out that they needed to learn cursive and that they needed to learn multiplication. Not learning multiplication tables is the same as not teaching them what the line with 2 dots over it means. You're missing a fundamental part, a building block of this subject. Just as a person on the street, I was appalled when I heard that there were not teaching multiplication tables in the school. I couldn't believe that that could possibly be going on. So I am, again, have been wrestling with what do you tell a school to do? What do you allow the process to take? Do you do it from the top down, from the bottom up? Do you go to a local school board first? But I think in this case, this is really part of something that's been asked to be done and it isn't being done. And we have the benefit of the studies and see the wisdom of this. We are making this, giving this to the Department of Ed and the local schools to figure out how to do it. We're not prescribing a curriculum. People came and said, it's not the legislature's job to do curriculum. This isn't curriculum. This is course of study. We're used to putting in course of study. And I have no problem with saying yes to this because the benefit will outweigh our inaction.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I appreciate the fact in your amendment that you took out the part about the memorization in terms of the tables, the fact that they learn multiplication. And I do believe in cursive handwriting.
Which
Matter of fact,
amendment
when
are you looking at right now?
Huh?
Which amendment?
I was looking at yours, 1316, where it said.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, the multiplication's in there, just the word memorization out the table. So, that being all said, when I send notes to my 10-year-old granddaughter, I can't figure out if she can't read cursive or she just can't read my cursive. But considering my notes is probably just my cursive, and not hers is probably fine. That being said, I talked with our superintendent, our assistant superintendent. I talked with a couple of people in our SAU, and they are teaching, we are, cursive in the schools. But beyond all that, I don't think, it goes back to the same thing we talked about when we talked about the immunization and naturalization test and yada, yada, yada. I don't think it's our place to put on local schools what curriculum they have to teach. Do we think this around this table? Everybody think this is pretty important? Yeah, we sure all do. We all grew up with it. I think it's very important. That being said, and people running our schools probably think it's really important and fit it in where they can, considering all the other things we give them to do. But I don't think we should be delegating or regulating local school boards in terms of what curriculum they have to write or how they have to do it. Thank you.
Representative Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to add one other component to the discussion. We now have, through artificial intelligence, the ability to have a program that writes your essay for you. That cannot be done in cursive. Think about it. It's where you can get an honest thought expressed on paper without being able to push a button and have some other machine write your paper for you. It's a different world there, a very different world. And I think it's important that we keep as much as we can true to what it is that all of us experience that was good. And I think this falls in that category. You can't cheat in cursive. You've got to write it yourself. That's something to be said for cursive.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair, could you clarify where we are from a parliamentary procedure standpoint on what's being considered? We've talked about the bill.
No,
where are we with this?
The amendment has been put forward, but it hasn't been made a motion.
Okay, all right.
So that's where we would be.
Has the original bill been moved?
Yes, it has. Yes,
Okay.
the original bill was moved, and through the discussion, we got into this. I did pass that around, but I never made the motion regarding that particular amendment, trying to get a feel. I got the same feel I thought we would get from this. So I'm going to make the motion right now on this amendment. I don't have a copy of that in front of me. It's buried under all the paperwork. What's the number?
0316.
I'd make the motion that we amend this bill at 0316H.
I'll second.
Second. Okay. So we do have that amendment on the table right now. We've had some discussion regarding it, so it was seconded by Representative Ford or Representative Cordelli, either one.
Did you move the original? Okay, thank you.
So they had moved originally, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And Ford seconded it?
And, right, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
This amendment requires that it shall both of those subjects shall be provided by the end of the 5th grade. It doesn't say anything about mastery or anything such as that. It just says you shall provide instruction in these particular areas. So, is there further? Yes, Representative Lekes.
Mike.
Excuse me, Representative.
Your microphone.
We can't hear you over here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Whether memorization of multiplication tables is now in there or not in there, because the heading says cursive handwriting and memorization of multiplication tables, but then down when it talks about multiplication tables, it just says provide instruction of the multiplication tables by the end of 5th grade. And what does that mean? The original said memorization of the multiplication tables, and the amendment just says instruction of the multiplication tables. Well, just explaining how a multiplication table.
When I went over the
works.
OLS last night, I had the previous amendment which required the provided instruction in cursive writing, and in the second part encouraged the instruction in. What they did, they changed the one word encouraged to provide in part B there, and used the old amendment to move forward where it would be you shall provide instruction in both of these areas.
Can we amend that back? Because
We got an amendment in front of us right now.
What? I know we do. I'm trying to figure out how to vote on this amendment, because part of the point of this was memorization of multiplication tables, and that's not in there. Is this an early bill? There's no money. And that's what I'm
Is there any
wondering.
more discussion on this bill?
Well, that was my question.
On this amendment? We're going to go ahead and vote on the amendment and vote your hearts out.
But my question didn't get answered. Is having memorization of the multiplication tables in the title mean that that's what they're supposed to be doing, or just the fact that it says provide instruction of, take it out? So is it in or is it out?
This went through OLS and had the support of OLS. They wrote it up this way, and when they review, they put it under the same area category where we've always had cursive handwriting and memorization of multiplication tables.
So it's out.
They just put it under the same title that we've had there since this original bill was put forth by Senator Stiles. And back then it was put forth as shall, and we changed it to encourage. And now this amendment would change it to provide. So call the motion, please.
Oh, the roll?
Yes, yeah.
Can I make one quick comment? All these sheets up here, I'm filling in cursive, and I can't help see the irony of that. So if we want to find, have clerks in the future, it might be a good idea for kids to learn, so. Proceed, okay. Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekes?
No.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello? Yes. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Ellison? Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, we can go to the next step and call, yeah. I make the motion to ought to pass as amended. And somebody wants,
I'll second.
we OTPA on as amended, and that was Cordelli that said the second, I said the motion. Any further discussion on that? None from the maker of the motion.
None from the seconder.
Okay.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
It's got to go the other way because
Okay, I make a motion to ITL.
is there a second? Okay, we have a motion made to ITL, made by Representative Cascadden and second by Representative Myler.
Pass that? What do I say?
Hold on, I just got.
So what you're gonna have to do is we're gonna have a fun time.
I wasn't trained on this. All right.
So you're basically of the position this should not go forward.
Okay, it should not go forward because it is instructional practices that is better placed and served in minimum standards versus a top-down mandate, also as local control. I think it should be killed.
Okay. And there was a second from, and that's a ditto.
Yeah.
Further discussion.
I wasn't ready.
Representative Ford and then Representative Belcher.
If this bill, thank you. If we do not encourage or require the teaching of cursive, you will then require of every freshman English student that they have a calculator, that they must have one, because they won't be able to take out their pen and write an essay in class. Think about that. Every one of you did it time and time and time again. I've assigned, I don't even know how many thousands. And if you say to every student, you have to show up with a device to take freshman English, there'll be some students who can't show up. I mean, that's just, when you get hung up on that sort of thing, you forget that the technology and the chairman's pen or pencil is technology. And you've raised the standard quite a lot and the cost quite a lot. You've also prevented the person from creating an original document in writing for submission for evaluation. They must have a device. And then you get the intrusion of artificial intelligence. And so you're changing the very nature of teaching and learning writing. It's that transformative. I would think seriously about taking writing out of your curriculum.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify and be very clear that whether this guideline were to be promulgated by the Department of Education or us as the legislature, that is coming from the level of the state going down onto the local districts. And we, being the representative of the people, are in the constitutional position to be doing this.
Yes, Representative Cordial.
I just want to reemphasize my belief that if you cannot read cursive, you are somewhat illiterate. It's another form of illiteracy. As I said, I had many college freshmen, and I would write very neatly, I'll add. I have very good penmanship, and I would write on their papers a lot of comments. And there were quite a few who couldn't read them. So I would think seriously again as you vote on this. I'll just leave it at that. I have a lot more to say, but
I used to get a lot of red comments on my spelling papers too. And
may I add? I'm sorry. I've just remembered that there was one other thing I was going to say. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Also, to those like myself who, when I taught, I tried it both ways. I tried during, especially the pandemic, when everything went online and I couldn't have paper, and well, I tried doing it the other way. And it wasn't that I'm technophobic at all. I just thought better, and I thought I was providing my students with better comments because my brain would think better to write them in cursive in the margins of their papers. Very copious notes about how to make their papers better. But if they couldn't read them, they could not utilize my feedback.
Was there a comment over here first, and then you, Representative Leno?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just comment on process too. When executive departments create rules under the authority given to them by the legislature, you'll see on number of bills that says the Department of Education is granted rulemaking authority under 541A. They will go ahead and make rules, but then those rules don't get promulgated directly down to school districts. They have to come back to the legislature through the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, which has members of the House and Senate on it. The total membership may be north of 10, less than 20, something like that. And they deliberate and vote on the rules and and oftentimes send those rules back. They also get legal advice from the legislative services and the budget assistant on those rules, and sometimes with Department of Justice as well. So I think to Representative Belcher's point, there is a process that always runs through the legislature prior to our constituents being told something to do specifically by the executive branch.
But it's also, for example, when you have Attorney Merrill over there doing that in JLCAR, the first thing they're going to do is look at the green book there and say, is this rule supported through this law? If it's not, then hopefully the JLCAR refuses to accept those rules. We've seen stuff come through, though oftentimes there is no statutory authority to support. So I don't see JLCAR really as our oversight. They are to a degree, but the oversight that I really see that we have to really utilize is the Legislative Oversight Committee on Improvement and Assessment of Education. And that is a committee that needs to get on top. We talked a little bit today earlier, just a few moments ago, regarding the ED 306 rules, which are the minimum public school standards for public school, the minimum standards for public school approval, and the academic standards. And unfortunately, a lot of the academic standards we're all pointing to is verbiage that's in what we call the old frameworks or guidelines for instruction written back in 206, 207 in that era, which are totally obsolete or really not even relevant to today's world. And I, for one, really am anxious to see these new rules or the 306 to see if they really are what they're doing, and whether it's well, I don't want to say too much more, whether those standards are also reflective of what, we need.
So Rick, and you bring up I think a very important point about our public schools oversight committee, public education oversight committee, and I'm just suggesting maybe rather than taking this up on a committee, no recommendation, and banging it out on the floor in 2 weeks, that if there's no rush on this thing, or maybe we want to retain this thing, bring it up, talk about it at the oversight committee, and bring it back next year. Because right now, obviously, we're split on this, and maybe retaining it, having it go to oversight committee, taking a look at the 306 rules, the rule draft when it does come out, and maybe we're sort of putting the cart before the horse on this.
Representative Milo?
Yeah, on that note, I don't think anybody here is disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with the need for cursive or multiplication tables. Absolutely not. It's a procedural question that I'm concerned about, and I think that's what Representative Luna was talking about, and that might be a way. I mean, I hate like heck to continue to put things off, et cetera, because we've got a hell of a lot of stuff to do here. But I think this might be clarified if we have a little more time to look at that, because again, as I'm saying, nobody's here saying that cursive writing and multiplication tables are bad. It's a procedural question on what should be, who should be directing this, I think. And I think perhaps if we have a little more time, that might be clarified so that we could have a unanimous vote out of this committee.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I believe that going forward with this, if it gets passed, will give the 306 group a legislative basis for putting that into the minimum standards. Otherwise, they don't. There is no legislative basis. And I don't know if more discussion on this. We've discussed it quite a bit over the past hearing and today. I don't know if any more discussion is going to change things one way or the other. And so I'm ready to move forward.
Again, if I may.
Representative Milo?
I mean, a simple phone call to Fred Ramonte, who's the coordinator of this thing, whom I've been in touch with on this, might be able to clarify. That's all I'm saying. I mean, they may have said, oh yeah, this is already in there.
Yes, Representative Tanner.
This is already in statute as a recommendation. What we're doing is changing it to a requirement. And therefore, the people that are looking at the book and looking at what we've already suggested in developing these standards, I mean, it isn't like this is a brand new idea to them. Right?
Yeah. No, this is not a new idea, although we have, since Senator Nancy Stiles introduced this thing years ago, we've had this split on the issue that the curriculum and instruction is a responsibility supposedly of the local. But then you look at the first statute in this yellow book right here,
Or the green one.
or the green one, but I don't have stickies in that one yet. 21N:1. The general court finds that students, parents, general citizenry, local teachers, administrators, local government, local school boards, school administrative units, and state government have a joint and shared responsibility for the quality of education delivered through the public education system in the state of New Hampshire. I'm getting, sometimes we say that the local has this responsibility, but I think it's a joint and shared responsibility. And if we as legislators are contacted by people of those groups, we have a responsibility to move forward with legislation. I know we can wait for the executive branch to tell us how we're going to do things. I'm not there. I'm in the legislative branch. And for that reason, and when I hear and what I see, and when I see people holding their pencils, I don't even know how they're doing it like that. I just can't even grasp it. And unable, and when I have a grandkid come home and say, I'm really not, can you manuscript it, Papa? Instead of, in your, whatever you're doing, I was basically doing the old Zaner Bloser type, or a half breed of it, maybe a little Palmer method in there. And I was writing. And so that's a little scary to me. I think we're losing something that's very valuable, and we know neurologically it's very important too, and the brain does get developed. So I agree. I have a distaste for sending, as an education committee, a bill that's basically some are going to see as so simple to the floor with a 10-10 vote. And we're going to spend a lot of time debating this thing, and that's not the way it should be done. I agree. So I don't really have a good answer on that right now. Yeah, if we retain it, we've retained, this whole thing for years. When I first came to my caucus, and I came with a bill saying, yeah, I think the cursive writing is really important, and let's just leave the multiplication and encourage multiplication facts, because there is a debate going on in that, right, and stemming out of California, where there's two ways of teaching mathematics, and I agree wholeheartedly with parts of one and all of the other. And so there's change going on in our country, but I don't think I have in my own thinking room for change that we shouldn't be teaching cursive, right? We need to be teaching cursive. And so in providing instruction, it doesn't say anything about memorizing it. It just says provide instruction. And it's almost a step up from encourage. It's not saying, well, you're going to have this before you're going to get in 6th grade. I don't know if retain is going to do it unless we can really actually sit down and try to come to some kind of a constructive, positive end on this thing.
Yeah. So Rick, just as sort of like point counterpoint on this, I hear what you're saying, and I agree that I think this is going to be a prolonged. I mean, if this comes out, no recommendation, this is going to be a prolonged thing on the floor. This is, while it's important, I think Mel said it really well, that none of us are disagreeing that cursive's important, that multiplication table's important. I think there's a lot of elements to curriculum that are important for our kids to be learning. But also, I think people in New Hampshire are expecting a lot out of this legislature, and we've got really big issues to tackle, and we will be taking up big issues on the floor of the House. I hate for this to be one of those ones that just gets right in the middle of it and takes the attention away.
If we go back several years ago, when we look at the teaching of history and civics, or our government that's in our statute, you'll notice there's a portion there where it lists some topics within. Those topics were put in there by Senator D'Alessandro and myself. And there were some things we believed in jointly together, but we were just, at that point, we were imparting to the DOE, these are topics which will be included within these subject areas. You're taught the Constitution of the United States. You learn about the free market, all that type of stuff. That's in our laws. Getting down into the weeds, we didn't feel there's any need to go there. That's the local responsibility, what you teach and how you teach and all that. So I think there is room for us as an executive branch to teach some of the broad areas, and this is just one of those broad areas within language arts, English language arts. So I don't know, unless we can really, go somewhere on that one, we'll probably end up having a debate on the floor. And that I don't look forward to.
Right.
Because that is not going to be a constructive thing for the people of the state to see us on the floor arguing over cursive writing.
Right.
So I guess that, I don't want to have to be there. I think that's, you know, as chair of education, I think that would be a real wrong thing to do. And we need to hammer this thing out in this committee. And if we're not prepared to go out and have a big fight on the floor, and that's what it'll be,
Then
be ugly.
then why not retain it? Why not retain it? And
I'm willing to keep this here without retaining it for, you know, several weeks. And if we can work something out, fine. But by March 16th, we better have something on this
well,
thing.
let's keep it for a few weeks. If we can't do something, then we're going to have to vote it either no recommendation or retain it. But
Yep.
but I give it a little bit of time. Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Cordelli had us up first, Mel.
Thank you. I'm hearing a lot of agreement that the schools should be doing this. So let's pass it and move on.
Representative Lyler?
Yeah, I just emailed Fred Vermonte to try to get some background on where we are with this, if it's there even. So just for the information of the committee.
Yeah, I know Fred. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to try to speak to the process for a moment. And I would like to put forward that whichever way we go with it, we are in fact resolving the situation one way or the other. If we were to decide to go ahead with a vote, we are sending a message and we're resolving that as a legislative branch, we have the ability to get this done and move forward with it. If we were to decide to retain it, we are also resolving it in favor of effectively subordinating ourselves to the rulemaking authority that we already delegated to the executive branch. And I think that beyond more than just being the education committee, which is huge, we also have a responsibility to zealously guard the powers due this branch of government.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to not act on it any further today. We're going to leave it right there so it's not out of our committee. But I'm letting everybody know it will come out of this committee if we can't get some resolution by March 16th. And so I think that we can do it. I'm going to be positive and think we can do something here regarding this area of learning.
So there is a motion
Right.
on the table right
ITL.
now of ITL. Probably complete that vote.
Well, can't we just withdraw it?
Well, but then we're left with only one.
Right, but if we go ahead with the ITL, then we've completed the whole process.
I think, I think what the chairman is saying, we're just gonna hold on it. The thing that's on the floor right now is the ITL motion. When we come back to consider it, that's the first thing that needs to be considered, along with whatever other information.
But that is correct. I've done this in past years, you know, even closer to getting into the vote, thrown the old gavel down and said, that's it, guys, we're done. And we all would go out and caucus, we'd come back with calmer heads. I think that can be done. So we're going to just leave it right where we are right now and call it a day on this particular bill.
One more question, Mr. Chair, just on the process on that.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that the fact that we've already taken a vote on this doesn't, and once we close the exec session, although if you're recessing.
This works,
Recessing.
this will be recessed to a time to be determined.
Okay, and that the clerk, the House clerk will accept that this is still in committee.
That will be written down at this point in time, recess. Right.
Okay, and
Until
still in
to be
committee.
announced.
Okay, great, thanks.
So we're
It's not on
good.
the green sheet that's going to.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
thanks,
yeah.
thanks.
So folks, this concludes.
We have one more bill.
Oh, we do have, oh, sheepers, we have one more bill?
429.
This is a good one.
In exec session.
Yeah, anything that comes to you, of course. Okay, we have HB 429 FN requiring the offering of breakfast and lunch in all public and charter public schools.
May I suggest we all stand up and stretch? Not go anywhere, just come stretch for 1 minute.
I think that's a good thought. Let's take a few minutes, please.
Thank you, Hal. All right.
4:29. I know, I got that. I'm just looking. This is an early bill. We-
You're all set?
Yes, we
Okay.
are.
Stay warm, make sure you're, yeah.
We'll take 5 minutes. Next bill is an early bill.
Take care, Hal.
Okay, so just for the record, so I got it all good there and everybody's good with that? Lisa, these never happened. I mean, I could rewrite it.
Yeah, you got down there the introduce. HB 429, this is a bill requiring the offering of breakfast and lunch in all public and charter public schools. Okay, 429 FN. Representative Dry, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Belcher seconds. Discussion from Representative Dry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to make sure that we're working off the same page. I have a fiscal note that came, that's not the same that was in the original bill. Is that what we're all working on? All right, because this had different numbers from the original one.
What's the LBA number on your fiscal note?
23-0341.
0341.
Okay. Okay.
Same thing, yeah.
And revised on 2/1/23. Correct. Okay. All right.
No, I don't have one revised. What's the one from three?
2/1/23.
Yeah, mine is 12/19. Yeah, correct.
I think that this was one that was sent to us on the email.
Okay.
It's 0341 2/1/23 is the date. It says revised.
So are we all working off the same page, or are the people that don't have
Some may
it?
not have this.
The difference is the numbers and the fiscal report in the back. So it's different.
Can you give us the current numbers? We'll just cross it off right next one.
Yeah, I can do that. There are a couple other changes, but it went to saying the number of schools in New Hampshire operating the NSLP is 456, which is the same as the last page. Number of schools in New Hampshire operating NSLP, but not the breakfast program, 27. Number of New Hampshire public charter schools not operating either program, 34, rather than 43 before. And the number of New Hampshire public schools not operating either breakfast or lunch, 6. The previous one said 153. So it's a big difference. Okay. So we went with this a little bit last time. So the reason I'm asking.
Well, let's get the other change too.
Okay.
On the estimated increase up top on the front side there, you'll see in the old one, it said $331,000.
Right.
$194,000 in the new one.
At least 194.
Pardon me?
It says at least 194.
Yeah, at least $194,000. For FY '25, at least $196,000 opposed to $334,000 on the initial. And on 2026, at least $202,000 opposed to $343,000. Those are changes.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Wait
a minute,
no, I'm
she
sorry.
hasn't finished right now, unless you were looking for more changes.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So what I have to say has to do with this. And the first is that, again, it's not accurate because the public charter schools were going to be taken out of this. Is that correct?
I have an amendment. to
Okay,
that effect.
so this one still talks about it as if they were in it. So it's difficult to work off a sheet that probably might be changed. But we have never found out what the 6 schools that do not participate in either national program are doing. Are they successful? Fine. Do we need to make them a waiver? Because this requires all the schools to be in that program. I don't think that we know yet enough to make that decision. Of the 27 schools that do the lunch program but not the breakfast program, again, we don't know why they haven't included the breakfast program. They will be forced to include the breakfast program. We do not know if that involves staffing, facilities, or anything else that belongs with running a program. So it's very little information to make a decision on. And finally, just doing a few math numbers, 456 plus 27 plus 6 is very close to 500. About 95% of the schools are already doing the breakfast program. We're looking at a mandate for about 5% of the schools. That's why I'm asking for ITL.
Okay, is the second, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to further add on to that, and I can't comment on an amendment right now because what I have is the bill here in front of me, and the motion is ITL. So the bill as written, as I'm looking at it, the number of schools that don't currently offer any breakfast or lunch program here, I believe is 34. Of that, at least some of these, and I've heard personally from them, their very existence would be threatened by this bill because they don't have the ability to just simply add the facilities necessary to offer these things on site. Some of them are currently doing other things, bringing in food via third party and whatnot. The second thing I would say is I don't know why we would take away the local choice from these schools who are doing things right now that suit them. We've heard testimony previously about school bus schedules. If we make them have this breakfast program come in, are we going to have to change up bus schedules? Are we going to have this supervised? So are we going to have to renegotiate contracts around this? There's a whole bunch of stuff beyond just what's obvious that this bill introduces, which is why I believe we should ITL this.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Ellison, were you going to discuss something?
Well, I was going to discuss my amendment, but it's not on the floor yet, so I will not discuss it.
Yeah. Representative Myler?
Yeah, I understand that the motion is not on the floor, but would it behoove the committee to know the contents of that? Because it's going to be a direct answer to both the maker and the seconder of the motion as it relates to it. So it's a procedural issue, Mr. Chair, that just to have him indicate what he plans to do with the amendment that would change the original motion.
Well, I don't know if it'll change it, but it's referencing and concerning that motion so he can go ahead and speak and address what he would have done with that amendment. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Myler. The amendment does three major things. One, it pulls charters out of the bill. It would not relate to charter schools. Two, it changes the effective date to July 1, 2024 instead of 23. And it provides a waiver process for school districts who do not participate in the federal free and reduced price lunch program. And they can request a waiver from the Department of Education to that as long as they meet the nutritional guidelines and the free and reduced price lunch income guidelines for whatever program they're offering. Those are the three major, and just to be clear, I think that the numbers are clear that we're really talking about the 27 schools that don't provide breakfast but do provide lunch, and the 6 who provide neither. Just an additional piece, I have a fiscal update from the Department of Education that I got yesterday, which I distribute as part of the amendment as well, which kind of talks about money and how much the department would have to spend. And that number keeps coming down and down and down and down because you're absolutely right. We started at 156 schools and now we're down to 27 and 6. So that's my intention if I have the opportunity to offer the amendment.
Representative McDonald.
A question for Representative Ellison about the amendment. So schools that use the waiver that would be allowed, would they be waiving out of the federal program but still be mandated to provide breakfast for other means, or are they waiving out of providing breakfast entirely because they may not be able to?
They would be covered the first part of the bill. They have to be providing breakfast, lunch and breakfast.
Right.
So you can't waive out of that, but you can waive out of the other parts of it.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to speak in addition to what we've just heard about the amendment, I certainly can appreciate the idea that charter schools would come out of it and that would solve one problem. However, I think ultimately what we just heard is that the amendment in effect would simply force the schools to ask permission and then add administrative process to maintain the status quo they're already at.
Further discussion, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Responding to Representative Belcher, they would be maintaining status quo in terms of the way that they obtain meals to be served, but they would be expanding the meal service because these are the schools that either don't have breakfast and lunch or don't have breakfast. So it's not status quo.
If I may, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. What I meant by that is the status quo being if they currently are not part of that program, they don't have to be part of that program if they're asked permission or given permission and then go through the administrative process to maintain that status. So they could wind up just right where they're at, but with a whole bunch of extra steps.
Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm curious if we know anything about the 27 schools, because there's a big difference between, yes, we have the facilities, we just haven't chosen to do it, and no, we need facility to do it.
Representative Lekis.
You guys know my favorite statute, 28A. If we're mandating that they provide breakfast and we're not providing funds, because the funds here were not to cover all those facilities and the renegotiation with staff and all of the other stuff that's going to be required. We did hear some of the schools, the buses are just barely getting in there by the bell as it is. They don't have staff on in the mornings, the cafeteria staff. So now you have to expand that. That costs money. We're telling them they have to do it. We're not providing the money.
Representative Cordelli, and then Representative Cascade.
Thank you. For those schools that aren't currently providing breakfast, would there be contract negotiations involved to make sure that those teachers were there earlier to cover those students arriving for breakfast?
Representative Cascade.
Question that I'm just not sure of because the fiscal impact is local, so I'm going to put my taxpayer hat on for a minute. What kind of a dollar amount would we be expected for local school districts to add to their budgets? Because if there's a cost, and I just want an idea, because then there's a choice of cutting something over something else. Just curious. I don't know what the local cost would be, but curious.
Representative Ellison, you have anything?
We sort of asked that question and nobody knows the answer to it. The assumption, and it may be an assumption under this legislation, is that the state would pick up the cost for these additional parts of the bill.
Okay, Representative Tanner.
So Kearsarge High School, at least, no one lives close enough to walk to school. So everybody's either bused in or they drive themselves in. And when the breakfast program was first proposed, that was what you said was one of the problems, that some of the buses arrive and the kids have maybe 5 minutes to go to their lockers and get to the, homeroom or whatever the first period class is. And what they did was they did a grab and go to solve that problem. And at least the person who runs the cafeteria is always there at the very beginning of school anyway, and had been right from the beginning. So the grab and go was made the night before, and the kids just came down, checked it off, and took the bag.
Further discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a good point. I would like to know maybe if we pay for some schools now to put this into process, do we owe anything to those who've already been doing it already out of their own volition?
Person Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, there are schools that sell breakfast and have the staff there, all but 37 in the whole state, and they're making money in their food service program. That's why they're in business, to keep it at least be break even with any luck. I think the bigger intent here is the simple goal of this is to get the 34 schools in the state offering.
33.
To what?
33.
Thank you. 33 schools in the state. I thought it was the 27, but okay, the 27 schools in the state. The 27 schools in the state. The goal here is to get those schools providing 2 meals a day. That's the goal. We all talked about cursive writing. Well, hell, I'm starving to death. I'm not thinking about cursive writing. I haven't eaten since last night's supper. I mean, come on, folks. All this is very basic stuff. Giving the kids the opportunity to have a bottle of milk or juice and a bar or something, and they're on the way. We're not talking about homemade waffles here. We're talking about go get something to eat, get your brain going, so the rest of your day is not wasted. And this is a simple help. And everybody in the state's pretty much doing it, except for 34 schools, to give those schools the opportunity to do that. That's all this is. Very simple. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are any of those 34 schools, you talk about?
There's 27, but go ahead.
Or 27?
Margaret keeps on correcting. She can correct you. Tell him.
Are any of those schools, you figure the number up, providing any kind of nourishment for the kids at all in the morning?
As far as we know on record, just lunch. Just lunch. I would not be surprised, knowing all the schools, as you do, to get kids at something there. But it's not required, so it doesn't have to be.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard a couple times grab and go, and I want to clarify, where exactly are they going after they grab? Are they going to class where they're now eating and drinking? Are they sitting in front of a computer where they're typing and eating and drinking? Is this interfering with what they're doing? I don't.
What happens in Kearsarge?
Yeah.
There's usually only one bus maybe that shows up that late, maybe two. And you're talking about maybe 60 students, so maybe 1 or 2 in your class are in that position. And if they have a regular class rather than a study hall or, I taught physical education, so they would come down in the gym, they'd eat their stuff in the locker room or whatever, and then come out, and work in the gym. But other teachers allowed 1 or 2, it's only 1 or 2 students, and everybody would, let them go to the back of the room and eat their stuff. So.
Representative Pettinel?
No copy on this computers.
If these 6 schools that are not providing breakfast or lunch, do we have any idea what the number of students would be from those schools who would meet the federal income eligibility for free and reduced meals?
I would assume that if they are.
I'm sorry, it doesn't say they aren't doing it, just says they're not operating in the national programs. We don't really know exactly how they're doing it.
Oh, right, but we don't know whether or not they're calculating if the students meet the income eligibility.
Yeah, they may be
right?
doing both meals, but not in the national program.
Right, so they might not be capturing those numbers that we need for the free and reduced aid. Right. No, right, so that's what I'm getting at, is the numbers that we need to calculate the aid that they need at the school.
School in question, Katie, it's the 27. The six are doing something, but they're not following, and some schools have their own program, their own standards, and then they have the waivers to do that. Those folks are eating. But we're talking about the 37 schools. 27, thank you, Margaret. The 27 schools, that's what we're talking about.
27 are operating
One.
lunch, so we know the free and reduced meal
Yeah.
students from that. But there's 6 who are not.
Correct.
So we do not.
They're not participating.
They're
They're not participating in the program.
Right, so we don't know the numbers necessarily of
Free and reduced. That's correct. Because they're not in the program.
Well, ma'am, I'm getting confused here. We know all the kids in this state that are qualifying for free and reduced. If they're collecting differentiated aid. Yes, but we supposedly are supposed to know them all, yeah, hypothetically. But then, so my question would be, if they're not operating either of the programs, are those that are free and reduced getting whatever program is being used via free and reduced? In other words, are they paying? Are they not paying? Do we know? But we're going to collect the free and reduced from them. Yeah, okay. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that it sounds like we're in agreement that we don't want students to be hungry and we don't want students to starve, but really at what cost to the rest of academics is really the concern that some of us in the room share. If we're hurting students in other ways by taking funds to direct to one program when we don't know what the schools are already doing, it seems like that we're unsure with these 6 schools, with these 27 schools, what other plans have in place, and if they don't have a plan in place as to why. So it's irresponsible of us to move this forward not knowing the whole facts and how else we could be hurting students and hurting our schools. And I just don't think we should move forward with something we keep saying, we keep asking questions, and the answer is, well, I don't know. Nobody knows. We don't have the answers.
Representative Ellison.
Just in response to that, we pass bills all the time here on policy, and they go to finance, and finance decides how much it's going to cost. And sometimes it's $50,000, sometimes it's $150 million. But we don't get into generating what that number is, and it's not our responsibility to do so.
Representative Lucas, and then Representative Damon.
The comment was made about just 2 or 3 kids, but I'm noticing that it says every pupil under its jurisdiction. They'll be paying for those that are free and reduced, but they have to make it available to every student under their jurisdiction. I can tell you, by golly, if I could have gotten those extra 5 minutes to not eat breakfast before I got on the bus and to eat them at school, that would have been me.
Well, I bet you the school you've been eating, that'd be great.
Well, I ate. I did eat, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just really want people to
Could be a whole
reflect,
school.
if you've ever had an experience being hungry for, let's say, 24 hours, how your brain works or doesn't work, how your mood is, how your impulse control is. Being fed is important. Breakfast is particularly important. The word actually means break fast, as in most people didn't eat after a certain time in the evening for the longest interval of their 24-hour day. We need to feed kids. This isn't that complicated. I don't perceive it as a lot of money for the value that it has. And I would really strongly encourage people to appreciate our privilege that most of us are not hungry and make it so these kids aren't hungry.
Representative Lucas.
I have no objection to to making sure kids are not hungry. It's the how we do it is the question, not that it needs to be done. And since we don't know whether these schools are providing for the kids who don't eat at home, we don't know why they're not participating in the federal program. We don't know that they're not providing, just that they're not participating in the federal program. We don't know what extraneous circumstances they may have that we're now forcing them to do. So we're not going to know how much it's going to cost them as a local school district, that now you're saying, oh, but we'll cover it, but that's not in here. We don't know. And so how can we tell them they have to do it this way as opposed to some other way when we don't even know what this way is?
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. So 6 schools we know are not operating in the National School Breakfast Program or the lunch program.
Yes.
So they might be feeding their kids, both meals. Likewise, the 27, we know they're not in the school breakfast program, but we don't know that they're not providing them some kind of breakfast either. So there's a heck of a lot we don't know. And we're going to mandate things on the Department of Education and the local school districts based on things we don't know.
Representative Cordelli, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. We do know, President Cordelli, that these schools are eligible for free and reduced lunch. We do know that they're providing students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. We do know that. And we do know that students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch are not having any option to receive a free or reduced breakfast, even though they're eligible for it. Because these schools are not providing the opportunity for students to get the breakfast, although they qualify for the breakfast, and they are doing the lunch because they qualify for lunch. All we're trying to do is get schools that qualify for free and reduced lunch and breakfast to provide that for the youngsters. Just 34 schools doing that. That's what we do know. So we do know they're not doing it. We do know, but they are, Glenn, doing it for lunch. So it's not like they aren't doing it. They just aren't doing breakfast. And that's all we're saying. Do breakfast. Start your day with some brain food.
But what we don't know is whether those schools that are not participating aren't providing some kind of nutrition to the kids in the morning.
We know that, well, that's true. We don't know what they aren't providing. We don't know what any school isn't providing. Nor do we know what they are providing. But we do know they are providing in accordance with free reduced lunch standards.
Well, that might be question two. You know, a contractor could provide or even surpass the national standard.
Right.
We just don't have that information. Representative Tanner.
I think you don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good in this situation. Before we had breakfast at Kearsarge, I was providing breakfast, the nurse was providing breakfast. We had some soda machines in the back hall. Kids were drinking soda for breakfast. And, you know, we can argue over this and you can pick up, we don't know this and we don't know that and we don't know this. But we do know that kids do need food. And we do know that if we do this, we'll find those answers. And at the same time, we'll give some benefit to students. So please don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Representative Lekes.
The bill does not say, make sure that kids who don't have breakfast are getting breakfast. It says that they'll be providing during school hours breakfast, that it will be available during school hours to every pupil under its jurisdiction, which is a huge thing, very different than providing free and reduced lunch breakfast. We keep thinking of those kids who aren't eating at home because they can't, don't have it available or whatever. That's not what this is even saying, asking to be done. They're asking that each school makes available to every student in the school, whether they can eat breakfast at home or not. And that's why I was saying, as I could eat breakfast at home, but I would have availed myself of this. But these schools, these 27, we don't know that they're not providing breakfast to those kids who need it. They're not providing breakfast using the federal program. And they may have determined that it costs them more because they have to follow all those guidelines, which might be hiring extra helpers or whatever they have to do, as opposed to just doing a grab and go. We don't know that they're not doing a grab and go. We don't know that this is even needed. But we know that we're expanding breakfast by doing this to all schools, to all students, which is very different than providing for kids who don't have access to food.
So the next step could be, if we're required to do this, we've had bills in here before telling us how many minutes we must require for the serving of lunch, not including the time going to the gym or to the cafeteria and coming back from the cafeteria. Are we then going to have a similar thing occurring for breakfast, where you have to have so many minutes for sit-down time to have breakfast? And my concern in that would be, Wow, we're really now starting to whittle into the academic time that we have available for instruction, and the days
We're
are
expanding
already,
the school.
compared to other countries in this world, very short. Maybe that could be an unintended consequence, and maybe it never will happen, but we've had legislation come for us trying to do that. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to clarify that the bill does not say that breakfast and lunch will be free to every pupil. It says they will be served without cost or at reduced cost to any child who meets federal income eligibility guidelines. Schools can and do charge for the meals for other students, so we're not giving it all away. And frankly, if it takes a little more time, they'll learn faster after they're fed.
Representative Belcher?
Just a very quick note. Sometimes kids don't make the best of decisions. I was certainly guilty. The only way to make sure a kid doesn't have a soda for breakfast would be to remove vending machines from schools. And even that might not totally do the trick, but there's nothing in that bill that would do that.
If they have anything, they have to turn them off. Federal program says you have to have those things turned off. And that took a long time for a lot of people who are getting money from these machines to really get it. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How can we find out this information?
This is an early bill. So if we have to have by the 16th of this month, get this out. So I don't know if unless Rambo or somebody over there at the department has this information, I don't know. I don't think there's going to be time available right now. We're really squeezed for time now. We're going to have to act on this one right off. We can't put early bills off.
Can we make phone calls?
On a Friday afternoon at 4:10, you're not going to
Not now. Not now. I mean, before the 15th.
No, because then we have to repost this thing in the calendar, and nope, not going to happen.
We're losing sight of the fact that 456 schools already do it. It's not like they got to figure out how to do this. It's not like 34 can't figure this out. They already are doing that. The school schedules can be figured out because 456 out of almost 500 are already doing it. It's not that hard. It's just giving those kids an opportunity. It's as simple as that. As simple as that.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. We're ready for the motion.
No, not yet.
So this we're voting on.
This is not the number, Representative Lyon.
Pardon me?
ITL.
This is straight ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Coratiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Mr. Chair, I would move out to pass on this bill.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Ellison makes the motion.
And I have
Representative
an,
Woodcock makes the second,
Yes, sir.
and it's ought to pass.
I have an amendment as well, Mr. Chair.
We got, get her getting squared away on.
I understand.
When we get to the
I
discussion.
understand.
Okay, so we're into that, maker of the motion, do you have a comment?
Yes, I think this bill is a small step, an important step in feeding kids in the state. For me, it's a no-brainer. What comes through the literature, you see it everywhere, is, you can't learn calculus if you're hungry. And you just put in whatever you want in there. You can't learn social studies if you're hungry. So I feel very strongly this is an important bill and should go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion from the maker of the second?
Yes, I would, Representative Ladd, I would remind Representative Ford and Representative Lekus, well, Paul is not here, we spent hours this summer, hours, hearing testimony, all in support of feeding students, hours, and the need for this. This bill expanded, we heard it all. So it's not like we don't know it's there. Thank you.
Representative Ellison, do you have a motion?
I do. I'd like to move amendment 2023-0170H.
Can you say that a little slower, please?
I'm sorry, 2023-0170H. And that's being distributed. I'm also distributing the most recent, the most recent, fiscal impact statement from the department on this that we got yesterday morning. That's good as well. Yeah, we need one more, oh, one more.
Yeah, was there, pardon me, was there a second? Woodcock was second.
Representative Woodcock did the second. Bill.
Do you have any more?
Are there more coming around?
Yep,
more coming.
There's plenty.
Okay. Well, was there a second on the amendment?
Yeah, Woodcock, I think.
Okay.
Amendment.
They made who made the motion to?
Ellison.
To pass?
Yep.
And who seconded it?
Woodcock on both?
You did the second on the amendment as well? Okay, I was just trying to make sure we had it all down right. Yeah. Okay, would you like to go through this and take us through the numbers here, please, Representative Ellison?
I just a quick note on the revised fiscal note on the new fiscal note. It substantiates the numbers that we've been talking about in terms of the 27 and 6. So we can just keep close to 33 or 32 or 34 will be the ballpark. In terms of the amendment itself, I mentioned this earlier, but it basically removes charter schools from the bill. It changes the effective date to July 1, 2024. And it puts a waiver provision in for school districts that might want to run their own program, as long as they meet the two requirements under the federal breakfast and lunch program. One is the nutritional guidelines and two, the income guidelines. We did try to dig around and see how many school districts, and the state doesn't answer this question about which 6 districts aren't doing this, but we found out that Hanover runs its own program. But they do meet they meet the requirements, but they do not participate in this program. I guess at some point Londonderry was there, but I think that has changed. But that's all the individual information we could get on individual school districts. Okay, it's another one. So it cleans it up in the sense of going forward. When we talked to a lot of charter school directors about issues in providing meals, and those programs are all over the lot. Some are having everything brought in. Some few have kitchens. They're doing their own. Most of them are contracted for lunches, some for breakfast. And that whole issue around charters and feeding students needs a lot more sort of research and discussion. We certainly would think that we will go forward with the next year, just because we have to sort that as what My goal in filing the bill, filing the amendment, is to feed more kids in New Hampshire.
Further discussion? Do you have anything to say? You had the second, Representative Woodcock.
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Lucas?
First, I wanted to make it clear that I did eat breakfast. Even though I would have taken advantage of the school breakfast, I did eat breakfast. I'm looking at the assumptions, a number of things. The assumptions on the fiscal note is basically any school not operating the SBP is not serving breakfast. We have no idea if that's true or not. Any school not operating the NSLP is not serving lunch. We know that's not true. Londonderry decided not to participate in the federal lunch program because the kids weren't eating the food and they were throwing it away. And so they decided they weren't going to do that. They weren't going to take the federal money. They were going to provide their own stuff. They are providing food. Kids are eating lunch and they're much happier. So that's an incorrect assumption. And then down where it talks about the money, yeah, they made an estimate of the money, but that's for the state implementation. That has nothing to do with the locals. So it's still an unfunded mandate because there's no money in here for the towns and the additional cost to provide breakfast, make it available to every student in the school, as opposed to just those who are going hungry. It's that number is just what the DOE and whoever people, departments in the state have to deal with running this program. It's not how much it costs these local schools. I think there was one more thing, but I'm not seeing it right now. I guess, you know, the fact that we're mandating now that every school provides lunch to every student and, oh, I know what it was. Well, you're assuming that, well, they're going to make money and it's going to come back. But didn't we just have a discussion about school lunch programs running in the red and having problems collecting the money and all of that? Wasn't that one of our bills that we just talked about? So, you know, we can't even make that assumption that because we're selling lunch, now it's going to pay for itself when we already know there's an issue in some schools that their programs are running in the red. So now we're going to ask them to run in the red more. I mean, I am very much for making sure kids have food. I am very much for having the school approach one of the local, farms? Well, farms or other local facilities that provide breakfast and donating breakfasts for those kids who aren't eating breakfast. And maybe that's what these schools, these 27 are doing. We don't know. I love voluntary, feeding of kids, but mandating, not just feeding the kids who aren't eating, but feeding the kids who are eating, which is what we're mandating here.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on Rep. Lacus and the idea that we have an unfunded mandate here, I'd like to look at the waiver procedure here for a moment. So we can grant a waiver to a school to not have to participate in the National School Lunch Program, or rather the school breakfast program, to implement its own policy, but that policy still must comply with the income guidelines and still must provide free and reduced priced lunch and breakfast. So if they're not being reimbursed by the federal government because they're not a part of the program and we've given them a waiver for it, but they're still providing that for free, where is the money coming from? Because we're not providing it. That sounds like an unfunded mandate.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Another question, just a reference to Representative Lakers. The first two assumptions that she said are incorrect. They're just overarching assumptions. Alicia, they aren't incorrect. A school operating the SBP is not serving breakfast. That's not an assumption, that's a fact. a school not operating a lunch is not serving lunch. That's a pretty simple fact. You're not serving it, you're not serving it. So that's what they base the rest of the stuff on. So they aren't incorrect assumptions. Thank you.
Further question? Yes, Representative McDonald.
I appreciate you saying that, Representative Woodcock, but I would like to counter that because as it says on this fiscal note that was updated and provided to all of us, the National School Breakfast Program is the acronym SBP, and the first assumption is any school not operating the national breakfast program is not serving breakfast. So therefore, maybe they're operating it in a way that's not federally regulated. You mentioned that maybe the Londonderry School did that at some point, or maybe Hanover does that now. So that is not a correct assumption to make. So that would say that there's an inaccuracy in this paperwork, and that the rest of the claims that are based off those assumptions would be subject to the inaccuracy as well.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Lekis?
No.
Representative Ford?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
No.
Representative Petternow?
No.
Representative Corey Taylor? No. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
We have again, a no recommendation coming out of the committee here. Or, excuse me, yes, well, let's get the ought to pass. We have a motion on the floor, ought to pass on 429 without an amendment as introduced. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Lekis?
No.
Representative Ford?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
No.
Representative Petternow?
No.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Myler?
Yeah.
Representative Cornell? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Hold on.
It's Lane.
I know. I ran out of sheets. We've gone through so many. Okay. Yes. Okay. Representative Lane.
It's late.
Representative Lane. Okay, just want for the record, want to make sure. Okay. Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
So who's writing the minority or the one side, the OTP side and the ITL? And the ITL,
Representative Dry, were you going to write the ITL?
your ITL.
Of the original, the updated fiscal note that we talked about,
The original bill.
Original bill.
not even updated.
Wait, there wasn't a motion or a seconding, was there?
Right. Yeah, I think that was.
That
We
becomes,
went right into OTP.
that becomes part of, that was put by, that's part of the bill.
Right, without a motion or a
Yeah,
second.
we get those all the time late.
Okay.
Right on
Just for the record,
The amendment failed.
I'll just ask him.
You can offer the amendment on the floor.
The floor amendment.
Yeah, that's right.
I think in his committee report, he can mention offering a floor amendment. Or can he write to it, direct it?
On an OTP, you can offer a floor amendment, but there's no OTPA here because that was not approved. The other one which we had, it was approved, remember 11-9?
Right. No.
So this one was not approved, so it would have to be a floor amendment, and the OTP, he can speak to what occurred during the meeting and saying, yes, and these are the three areas which we're recommending that change.
Right.
But,
Well, like when we, let's say a motion, let's say there was a majority report and minority.
Yeah.
The minority report could be an OTPA position, even though there was no amendment that passed on it. That happens all the time.
yes, it does.
So this would be a no recommendation. So I think Art could still put forward a report on an OTPA, just like the minority could do an OTPA. Can you write it up both ways, Art? And
Go- I think write it up both ways. I'd have to get some clarification on that. I don't want, Paul's the one that's gonna have to make that decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is.
Pretty tired. Yeah.
Can you do it both ways, Art?
Yes, with some assistance.
Yeah.
When do you need that?
Of course.
Yeah.
I should have the reports by the end of Monday. Because I want to be able to look them over, and then I want to get them, upstairs, have them reviewed upstairs, then back down so Lindsay can get it sent to the calendar in mid-Wednesday. And where they are, an early bill, we don't want to mess up on this. We want to get it right. Yes.
We went right into OTPing without a motion, like, that, there's no motion. It's like we went right.
You don't have to act on that first. What you do, you're recommending OTP. One person presents, another person says, yeah, that's great, so good.
I don't need anything here.
But then we get into discussion, and through discussion, you can enter an amendment. And
My question is, do I need anything here?
which party?
The last thing we did with the OTP, the last roll call I did, I don't have motion or second.
Yeah, there was a motion on that. On the last OTP.
Okay, well, I missed it.
Yeah, wait a
On
minute,
the
maybe,
amendment, it was Ellison and Woodcock. On the amendment.
the last OTP, did we have a motion to OTP
So I just put your names.
ought to pass?
Okay.
On 429?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
Who made that?
It was Woodcock.
Yeah, it's all, it's them, yeah, they're taking responsibility.
I thought they did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember
so
we interrupted?
we're good, we're good with that.
Yeah, we interrupted.
We're just trying to make sure it's down right in the clerk over here.
So we have three today that are going no rep.
Let's see, we have,
626, 380, 429.
yes, 626, 380, and 429.
Those are the only three no reps.